The stardate is 60740. With the reality device aboard the Achilles destroyed, Captain Penn carries onward to intercept Oda of Subgitta to prevent a temporal paradox or time lock from occurring. Near the classified containment lab on the Achilles, an enraged Harmon Grennan glows with power as Lieutenant Ryloff confronts him. Meanwhile, the Ranger Station is still under attack by Romulan Imperial forces. With the approach of Starrick's Tripoli ships that are hopefully here to help, and other identified ships racing to Narendra to decide its fate and the balance of power at the storied station. Will the Achilles be able to unmoor itself and join the defense? Will the empowered Grennan destroy that which he helped build? Will Narendra survive the onslaught to come? Will reality ever be the same? And we cut to a rather dire scene. If I can get my music going, that'd be awesome.
That's brutal.
You took out all the cadets.
And Yolan.
Yolan.
I didn't do it. You did it.
Hey!
I have my Sidron, thank you very much. If I'm going to die, I at least get that in the room as well.
Where's tokens? The little Romulan bot that could. Way smaller. There we go.
It's flying around somewhere. I can't actually control that either. But...
Oh, I can give you access. 1 second. Oops. You are totally not Telshire. It's different. Save. Now you should be able to move it.
Right, neat.
I'll make sure I have a little boop. Actually, it's our spy. Yes. You come upon a scene where you see 4 people lying on the ground, twitching and writhing as they seem to be perpetually enveloped in a purplish energy. And next to Zeft, you can see there's... Oh, no, it would have been beamed in. He doesn't have that on him. Never mind. You see the 4 of them there. And across the hall, you see Harmon Grennan. His uniform is in tatters. He looks... And you can see that he is like a floating battery. He's just a little bit off the ground. His feet draped down. His hands outstretched to the other side of him. His eyes are glowing purple, and he looks... He just stares at you and says, "Romulan!" And you're in combat.
Yes, how absurd, right?
Hey, Rylov, I say this with all kindness. Kick my ass.
Well, I do have an antipathy with Admiral Kratos.
That antipathy will fire. You get the feeling he's here to... whatever... He may have disabled these 4, maybe they're savable. You get the feeling he's going to try to disintegrate you.
Fucking hell. Okay. This is gonna ouch. Oh wait, maybe it won't. Or maybe it'll hurt less.
Do you have no hesitation?
Yes.
I'm about to take the first turn if you don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a
It's a single threat for no hes?
Yeah, I think it is. Let me double check here. Yeah, a single threat.
Cool. All right. You act first then. As you kind of... there's that split second moment of, I need to do something or he's going to fry me.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Lovely, charming, brilliant. I'm not even sure if cover's relevant against this guy.
It gives you some dice. Gives you better than kicking the pants.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll go to cover. Is it reasonable that because Ralov was hitting here to secure an area he had his phaser already drawn?
I could see that being reasonable. He knew something was wrong down here. He just didn't know what. Now he does.
He's paranoid, so
Yep. Hell, Starfleet protocol wouldn't be unheard of to be running with the phaser at hand.
Is the drone is something I direct to do. It doesn't do anything on its own, correct?
Yeah, you have to use an action to make it do stuff.
Okay. So we'll try one thing, and if that doesn't work, we'll do something else.
Where's Relic?
Yeah.
Hello.
I might be about to be roasty.
Toasty.
Roasted Romulan. Popular
Yeah.
on certain planets.
Uh,
They're not members of the Federation for some reason.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so you said he's like looking like a battery of some description.
Yep.
Like putting out power or absorbing power?
Like you see bolts of energy coming from his feet up to his head, or sparking up and down his arms. Like he instead of writhing on the ground like the other four, it's like he's the source of the energy, and it's looping back to him. Like he can't leave it all in himself at the same time. So he kind of has to let it spark away from him a little bit and bring it back in. I will remark that as a security officer, you would have been briefed. This looks very similar to a fire starter incident, which they'll stop being a thing when the Kashoans were brought to peace. But yeah, and he doesn't have the Kashoan crystal thing, but it looks very similar. It has that same energy and vibe to him. The other part that makes it different is that the sensors didn't detect that's what he was. So it's possible that he may have messed with your the station's station sensors or even the ship sensors.
I don't think okay. Is there a task to make it harder to hit you? I believe that's a thing.
You
Or
basically go
not?
prone and increases range attacks by 1.
Not quite what I'm thinking about. Okay.
Mm.
I'm like, I could shoot him, but that's a terrible option.
Just shoot him in the shoulder.
Yeah. Is there... How big of an explosion? Is like a conduit or something near him instead that it would be an explosion rather than an energy weapon? Or direct impact and, more blunt than a phaser.
You could basically do a sort of cult shot where you overload one of the plasma conduits. So it's not so much the plasma fire you're trying to hurt him with. You're trying to create shrapnel from one of the walls to hit him with.
Okay. Or like the force itself, like push him into a wall, something.
Yeah. You're looking.
Use the force, Rylov.
Wow, mixing up my games. Control security. Difficulty of... We'll call it 3 because it is a cult shot into his area.
And I'm just looking at like a 5 damage, probably ish, maybe. I don't know.
You want to...
So I have to beat the Achilles resistance, don't I?
Yep. And it's resistance 8 because of the ablative armor. Wait, no, 8? That's not right. Should be 7. 5 plus 2. Oh, you haven't pulled hull integrity. This thing's hard. Your ship's hard to blow up.
Even internally.
Stop trying to blow us up.
Kind of the point.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do I just throw the fucking thing at him? That might work.
Martial arts.
I would have to use a determination to get one because I don't have that by base. Yet.
Well, I mean, I guess just generally punch him.
Yeah. Honestly, I might have to. Say something in Romulan and just fucking go to sock him in the face? Yeah, okay. Which, That would just be a movement. That's a minor to get there instead. Yeah.
Yep, move. You could move right up to him instead of going to cover.
Yep. Which is just,
The
oh,
moment
he's gonna
you-
do something. Rush him.
The moment you move up to him, you immediately start taking damage.
Lovely.
As the sparks spark away from him and come out at you.
It's fine.
Boop. Oh, whoops. Helps if I have one of the sheets open, so I can roll my challenges.
Yeah, sometimes helpful.
Three damage.
Okay.
You learned that those energy bolts have the intense quality. Thankfully, you didn't take an injury, so it's not an issue. But that hurt. That hurt a lot.
That did hurt a lot. Stew. I have. You can't sit around and wait for help as a value.
I think it applies here for some reason.
Some reason. Yeah. And
one roll, just a first roll, immediate determination spend.
yes.
Perfect.
And we'll go for that's to acquire a focus, which is I'm doing martial art.
Okay.
Chivashrik, which is the basic moves are to try blind, stun, and disarm. It does have nerve striking in it as well, but you know.
Yeah.
I wonder why it's got some similar aspects to a Romulan fighting style. I mean, Vulcan. Either way, we're going to try to make him not. Which
All right,
is daring security.
Daring security opposed. Yep.
Yep. I've got a focus 4, and I don't keep that. Tragic. Always tragic. That said, let me double check what this is. 'Cause I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't want to die. The question is, do I use that for a defensive or an offensive? We'll find out. Okay. Won't use that yet. I don't have that. Okay, so 1 and 5.
1 and 5, you say?
Yeah. I am paranoid still.
It doesn't help you, but it doesn't hurt you either.
Okay, nice, good, brilliant.
Lethal?
Yeah. I have the disarming trait, however, I feel like, knocking him out doesn't quite count.
No, unfortunately.
Or
No.
trying to at least paralyze.
He is the weapon.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
take his arm
exactly.
from him.
Something
Yeah,
arm
go
is
for the
the problem.
shoulder. I don't even know his shoulder's engines, it just happens to be this pressure point there. I mean, there is, but hey.
It's detachable.
Yeah.
Most things are with enough force.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Tragic. Okay.
Oh no, melons.
Not quite. How did you all? Oh boy.
5 hits.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Didn't you spend your determination?
To get a
Save it.
focus.
Don't
Oh,
have
to get a
focus.
focus. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do right now? Hit him?
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, good luck then.
Oh, thank you. You are inspiring. That probably does. Yeah. Um. I mean, Protector and Defender of Vale, Part 3.
Yeah, you had to deal with supernatural opponents like this.
Yeah.
Or apparent ones. They weren't actually.
Yeah.
Nothing
And I
really
also
is.
punch things. So
Yeah.
there's a multitude of that comes out useful. Brilliant. Yeah.
You're
Do
at a
I?
tie.
I keep it.
Ooh, you're at a tie so far.
This is a tie so far. He's 100% going to take the complication of trying to hit me, ain't he? So I kind of have to.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah,
if
I
you
kind
don't.
of have to.
Yeah.
I don't have a choice in that regard. So yeah, complication to hit him.
All right. Roll your damage.
What even is my amount? It's not terribly amazing. Time to find out if he's got resistance.
You're rolling the whiffs.
I feel like we can assume he does.
Did. It's at 5 each.
So when you move into to grapple one of his arms and start twisting it and moving around with him, you kind of have to jump up and like go with it, as it were, as he's trying to lash you around with rather incredible strength that Granted was never known for in his normal life. And he is dealing 5 stress. As for his resistance, he does resistance of 5.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I shook a little bit.
Got any medals to generate bonus momentum?
1. I have the damage taken, so that's fine. Which is what, down to 3 instead?
Half damage medal.
Yep.
So you pull it down to 3. And he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0 so far. As it's really hard to get a nice firm grip while you're trying to break something, because it's like holding onto a live wire.
Yeah. Not the most useful thing. Okay. That would be 4 if I did that. Right, it's 2 piercing per spend. Right? I think.
Memory is failing me. Sounds correct.
Yeah, that's piercing by.
The only way that would work is the GM takes 1 threat for it.
1
So
threat
he's just
per
gonna
2 resistance you're going through.
Yeah. If I do that, you're just gonna spend the threat to keep him up on you if you accept it. Would you take 1 threat?
Of course I would.
Okay. And then Legion of Honor. So hey, look, he takes 5.
No injury occurs.
Yeah. Okay.
Increased.
Okay. Unfortunate.
Would you like to try to add any additional damage? Or re-roll your whiffs, for that matter.
Probably. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. 1 for that, because that's less for me. Okay. Yeah. Nice.
7, I believe.
Yep.
Wait, no. You
Yeah.
penetrated 2. You just added 2 more, so.
Penetrated 6.
Oh, 6. Oh, okay, sorry.
Because I used the Legion of Honor to make
Oh, right.
2 more, so and then that's 7 damage now.
7 damage.
Yeah.
All right. He roars in pain as you, through grit and determination and martial arts that really you shouldn't know, but hey, you know, sometimes folk, ramens have good ears. He roars in pain, something snaps, and he gains 2 threat instead. He does not suffer the injury.
He's got that.
Oh, he's got that one.
Yeah.
Fun.
As the arm kind of drops next to him, and he's like, ah! He's more mad now. He was kind of mad to begin with, but yeah, that kind of gave him an extra reason to not like you right now.
That's fine. So, what we'll do instead, and everyone's gonna absolutely adore me for this. I'll give you 2 threat for Swift Task.
Okay.
And that Swift Task is initially this thing. I mean, it's a spy drone. It's supposed to signal things. It's our spy drone. It's actually supposed to be with the Achilles as well. That's useful. It's on the Achilles. Start screaming, like about these guys, as in like signal screaming, as in try to let someone know they're wounded and need out. And maybe like a general alarm too. That'd be neat. But yeah.
So you want to try to get it to you want to use your action to get it to get the ship to know that these forward need medical attention?
Yes.
Do you want the alert to be beam them to medbay or get med people here?
I'll beam them to medbay.
Okay.
That's down here. That's terrible. You know. Intruder. Firestarter? Question mark. Question mark is probably not relevant, dude. Put that in there. Intruder, Firestarter, wounded, medbay, beam.
Give me presence medicine roll, difficulty of 3. The ship assists with its communications plus medicine.
Hey, presence medicine, lovely. Well, that might help if the chief doctor was here, but she's not.
You do have a CMO. It's just that she has an MC instead of an MD.
I was meaning, the Romulan one.
Oh
that
yeah,
would be useful for other certain things. Yeah. That said, survivor trait.
Yeah. So pulls it down to 2. You know how to explain quickly to medical people how dire their situation might be.
Yeah, and I would bother with a focus, except for the fact that I've got a 1, so hey. We'll give you 1 threat just for that. Okay, brilliant. Bunga bunga, let's go medicine. We made a momentum. Look at that.
Those 4 and the drone are beamed away.
Oh, and the drone, goddammit.
Did you not want them to beam the drone?
I mean, it doesn't matter at the end. It's useful to have for me. I'd say keep the drone here if I can.
Oh yeah, you totally could, yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of an alert thing.
You were beaming them away from medical attention. I have to assume the drone doesn't need medical attention.
Yeah. It's a beep boop machine.
Yeah, if the drone needs medical attention, we've got a whole other series of problems.
That's a whole ethical problem, and you guys would have so many questions for Rylov about why he's a sentient drone that apparently needs medical attention.
A sentient biological drone.
Yeah, you've put the flesh brain of your enemies inside
a servo
the drone.
skull.
Yeah.
So basically,
It's
the report
Fox
would say, "Why does Rylov have a meat drone?"
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure also anyone who wants to take a look through its vid feed can. They're seeing something wild right now. I mean like appropriate personnel.
Oh, I'll be warning the rest of the ship now that they have a reason to know. But unfortunately...
Oh no, I've got another thing, don't worry.
Okay,
my determination that I kept from the second one to get a 3rd action to not. So does the determination one get you an extra minor as well?
It gets you a regular action.
A regular action, okay. But that's no disadvantage to anything.
Yep, it's as if you had a regular turn.
Okay. Time to kite. I need to bait him around in circles where he's just looking at me and hopefully not hurting anyone else. or going anywhere else. So keeping an eye on him and not being close to him.
Oh, you're trying. Okay, you're trying to stay just outside of his range and
Yeah.
okay. Fitness plus security
Seems like a
opposed.
plan, right? Determination. Do we actually have direct what? Getting the Achilles back in action.
Did
Prime directive: get the Achilles back in action. Defend or render station.
Yeah, no, like all of those apply here, really, huh?
Arguably, yeah. Actually, especially for render station, because you guys are still moored to the station. If the ship blows up,
yeah.
the station's going with you.
Yeah, no, defender interstation, lovely, brilliant. That's what I'm getting the extra action on, just for the.
Do you need to roll for the fact that you spent determination to get the extra action?
Yes, I do. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Oh,
Hey, look.
oh god!
This is what I need to do now, guys. What are we, like 2 rolls in for determination? Holy shit. Okay.
Excellent.
Yep. So, that being said, I feel like I've got to spend that to to keep living. And I mean, you can't sit around and wait for help. Might also still be viable here because I'm not waiting for other people to arrive. I'm doing a thing now. I could just be leaving and waiting for help. I am not leaving and waiting for help. Does the spider assist
help
me in
is
this?
coming.
In the sense that if he's not targeting it, which I don't know if he is or not, and it can also hide in small places where he may not see it, can give me a little bit of a heads up and a warning on where he's moving, how he's doing things, and stuff like that.
Unfortunately not, because it did something this round.
Okay, I had to find out.
Yep, it's worth asking.
Yeah. Guerrilla tactics.
Yeah.
Survivor trait.
Yeah. So free hit for that.
Yeah, I don't think being a Romulan necessarily helps me in this circumstance, unfortunately.
No.
I am still paranoid.
Complication increase, unfortunately.
Yeah. Hate to see it. Always gotta say it, though.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. You bought all of the dice, didn't you?
Yep.
Oh, 48 threat. Cool.
Yeah, don't worry, he was higher when we started.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't get him to 48 threat in 2 rolls.
Oh, I didn't think so. I was like, okay, high threat game.
We'll give you the 1 momenti and 4 threat.
Roger.
Yeah, this is a 6 threat game.
Yep, and I feel like I should probably the Star Cross.
I don't think the numbers are supposed to go that high, GM.
Yeah. So the Star Cross. Before attempting a task and applying a focus, I can choose to double my focus range for the task.
Yep.
Yay! Yes, doing that. Please. And then okay, so that last one is a crit as well. So I've got 6, 7, 8.
4.
No touch. No bad touch.
So you gain 4 momentum as you're able to force the fight into a stalemate because Grennan's basically chasing you around the station and obliterating bits of deck plating. Thankfully, you're not deck plating. You're Romulan and you're dodging every single time. And it's on the plus side. On the downside, you now have a super powerful being chasing you around the ship and putting holes in it. On the upside, you're still alive. So, and the whole ship now knows this is happening because if people didn't know this was happening, they certainly do now.
So, can the drone be showing people this so they can get a clear idea of what is going on, or would that be a spend for?
Nah, I'll take it as red.
Okay.
It seems a reasonable thing to do.
I mean, it's kind of one of the advantages of the spider, and I thought if I didn't pay to have the spider in the first place. Opportunity and escalation, yeah.
And the scene ends as Ryloff races away and keeps Grennan busy. But we cut elsewhere in the galaxy.
I was like, I'll punch it. That didn't work. Never mind. Plan 2.
On the plus side, the scene ending means both our stress levels went reset. So hooray!
Yay. I think that matters more for me than it does for you.
Yep. Not to mention now the ship is alerted, which is helpful.
Yeah. Isn't it we can't actually down him? I believe.
Yeah.
He does.
Oh, hey.
Hey!
Oh.
Yo!
Where is? Oh, right, your name's different now. Boop and boop. You should see the myth character sheet at the top.
All right.
On an Andorian world, inside one of the great glaciers that Andorians tend to love, there is a city where the third committee, the trusteeship council, is meeting, and trusteeship councils are trusted with the looking after people who seek the help and aid of the Federation but don't necessarily want to join it, and it's a long-term project. They're entrusting themselves to the Federation, and there's a dedicated council to it. But the third council also looks after, or third committee looks after Sophant rights, endangered peoples, endangered creatures, things like that. So they kind of look at individuals can request their protection, and of one particular problem. And this is why Counselor Myth is present, is that the trustee council pulls in people, always make sure to have a representative of the entrusted species present, even if they're not a Federation member, because they can speak to their species' specific issues, cultural mores, and so on. And the specific topic is the treaty with the Alcarans and Aldemona, the adherence to the Codex polity, because they have specific requests for. This is probably something Myth's been working on for a while anyway, for the past 5+ years, of artificial intelligence rights. Because you even had visions on that topic. About
That's
how
the thing I've been working on, basically.
And and the way you got into it was eventually getting onto the third committee as an android life form. It's like, oh well, we would ask, we would invite. They used to invite Data to these things, but he's not around anymore. It's like,
I'm
well,
working
we need
on that.
It's like, well, we need someone who's an android to speak on behalf of androids, because they're there's no unified android polity, but they are a species, as it were, that is being considered under trust of the Federation. For lack of better legality, it's one of those weird bubbles of legality that the Federation wasn't really ready for, and they just had to figure out which committee was supposed to handle it. It's like, well, third's the one that should, so we'll talk to them, I guess.
It's like, are you a species? No. Is it okay if we categorize you legally as a species?
But yeah, so that's something you've been working on, trying to get better rights, but new created persons, what happens if we find one, what's considered sapient, so on and so on and so on. And there are some members, of minuscule few, that are Federation citizens or Starfleet officers. Some have no interest in being Starfleet officers. They're exploring sentience and so on. So it's been a very busy time for Myth. And the big hallmark now is this treaty with the Alcarans Aldemona, because they specifically have unique protections that the Federation Council hasn't ratified yet. Because right now the androids and sapient and synthetic creatures, synthetically created life forms, are considered a imperiled species. but they aren't enshrined as citizens of the Federation. It's a weird little tweak of the law, but it's enough that the Alcaranzal don't want to kind of have a problem with it because they themselves are entire civilizations of synthetic people. So they have an issue if they want to continue. If the Federation is to continue to benefit from their alliance with them, they have to ratify something in their laws, and they don't make the Supreme Assembly do that. They work it through committees such as this one to deal with it. And the big thing, I'll have Myth roll Insight plus Command or Con. Difficulty 2 to get a feel for how the committee feels about the issues we just brought up.
All right.
Arguably, this would be like an extended task and multiple missions, but we're truncating years of political work in a single role. Arguably reason, because you would have had time to look over the data.
Yeah, I'll take reason. Definitely take reason. Focus in either research or artificial intelligence potentially here.
Research.
Right.
Because you're getting a vibe off the attending members, the attending counselors.
Cool. I'm having to remember this character real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Trait compassionate here. For trying to be a little more personal in my analysis here, figuring out kind of some of why these people hold these opinions, empathizing, if you will.
You could, yeah, diff 1.
Right.
That was also such an Android way of describing it too.
Yeah.
Empathizing, if you will.
Yeah, it is. All right, so I'm going to roll 2 dice with focus then. Wow.
Uh-oh.
I got a hit because it's a reason roll. So right now I'm passing with a complication.
It's true. Do you wish to let that stand?
I think I do. I think it's interesting. Potentially.
All right. You find that when it came to the first half of your work, recognition of synthetic rights and so on, they very much lined up with Federation values, life forms, however it's found, integrating new peoples who, if a group wants to be part of the Federation, okay, we'll help you however we can. If you can't be a member for whatever reason, we'll, if you want to be trustee, they try to accommodate as much as possible. So that first part wasn't the big push. The hard push was trying to classify, like even figuring out which committee should handle it was like a 2-year process because it became really complicated and no one was sure who, like the first committee, the people who deal with Starfleet, military and law enforcement matters felt like a bad fit for that conversation.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not a strategic issue, it's a rights issue. So, but it's not a case in court, so it wouldn't be the legal committee and so on and so on. So that first bit, there's a little bit of for some members of some Federation counselors, it is a welcome challenge. This is why they became a counselor. It's why they got into politics. They wanted to help with the big issues. Others find it irritating because they feel like there's other matters that need to be focused on. Especially counselors from trusted groups that already were kind of competing for attention with the Federation, and now there's yet another group that has to be catered to. But regular counselors of the Federation are like, well, that's just, whether or not I'm annoyed is irrelevant. It's my job. That's what I'm supposed. This is what I do. And if you don't like doing third committee work, go sign up for another committee. Free up a slot. You don't have to do this. But the second half of the problem, the second half of the problem is a lot harder to push because it's an external political power trying to tell the Federation how to work. It feels like they're being ordered to enshrine and put in certain laws, and that rubs some Federation people just get along with, like the Rising counselors. Sure, it sounds fine. Like they don't fight. There's no fight on that at all. Like that, it's not that much of a big deal. We were kind of probably going to do that anyway, so whatever. Let's just do it. Other members like Andorians and the Tellarites and some human counselors, they have a huge problem with it. They don't. Federation members decide the fate of the Federation, not people from outside telling them how they should live. Any prime directive in the other direction.
Yeah.
Now that at first was kind of an annoying thing because it complicated your particular portfolio. But there's one thing that within the last year has gotten the chairman, one Councillor Kalani Tarazi. You can't quite put your finger on it, but everyone else, there's a sense you can sense the compassion. The people who love the work, they're trying to do what they can, even if it's annoying, even if it's for some other species. Like there's species who don't care about AI at all, but whatever, they're on the third committee, so fine, we'll debate it. But this guy, you wonder why he's on the third committee at all. There is no empathy, no compassion from this guy, and it's not like he's Vulcan inspired or anything. He's an Andorian statesman. He's never done anything outside of the Federation. He's never gone on diplomatic missions. He is the slang for it is a core world politician. That is to say, people who never leave the original founding systems, and they just do stuff at home. But he qualifies. He's been around long enough, and but it's a weird fit. Like everyone else makes sense for being here. It's the same feeling you would have gotten when you saw people in Teal doing scientific work or medicine work. People usually take that job because they want to do that job or they're good at it. This guy feels like a gold shirt among a bunch of scientists. Like it's a weird, he stands out. But for some reason, he is the chairman of the committee.
How long has he been chairman of the committee?
For the last year. And he kind of was fairly, on most matters, until the recent treaty, he was officious, is a nice way to put it. Bureaucratic, maybe another way to put it. But some people thought that was okay. It keeps things moving, so on and so on. But when it came to the Codex treaty, he got very vocal, very impassioned, and something. It's hard to say. But only the last year he became the chairman. And he wasn't even part of the committee initially. He just got in. He got appointed by the Supreme Assembly.
Got appointed as chairman from outside the committee.
Yep. It's unusual. Normally you promote from within because they know the portfolio better, but sometimes the assembly decides one way or another.
Yeah. What's his history aside from being a core world politician? Like, has he chaired other committees before?
Give me a momentum, I'll answer.
I'll give you a momentum.
He was a co-chair for the first committee for most of his career. That's the Starfleet Military Matters and Law Enforcement.
Yep. It's all clicking together.
He's also of a rather not frowned upon, they're not illegal, but it's one of those, they're an antiquated faction of politics in the Federation. He's an originalist. That is to say, he believes that expansion should be halted and that they need to concern themselves with core world matters and not getting into new troubles and new problems out there in the stars when we have so many at home.
We need to perfect what we have here, not explore into the outer reaches. Yeah.
It used to have a rather nasty reputation 50 to 100 years ago because there were members back then. One was even a presidential candidate, two presidential candidates, one being hardcore Mudd, of all people. But he was disqualified, thankfully. But the other person actually did get in during a Tholian war, one of the early Tholian conflicts. They got jumped out eventually, but they were it was turned to light by the crew of the Enterprise that they were willing to do whatever it took. Very fond of Article 14, Section 31, and which is usually something you invoke as a Starfleet officer in an emergency. When there's no other choice, politicians don't usually use the existing mechanisms to solve all their problems. If it's a military issue, get Starfleet to deal with it. Like, why are we invoking that?
If you're trying to move politics that quickly, something is bad.
So they're not they were very popular for a while because there's a Klingon war and all that stuff. Like, it was kind of a troubled time, and eventually the faction kind of fell out of favor. People didn't want to be associated with originalists, but somehow you're now sitting across. Now an originalist is chairing the third committee of all things.
Fascinating.
So, Counselor Myth, you wanted to bring up the issue regarding the Alcarans again, with your new updates from the Achilles, it was?
Correct, Counselor. I wish to return our attention to Article 12, Section 3, whereupon the definition of species pertaining to species rights within the Federation is directly laid out. I believe an alteration of this language rather than an addendum is in order.
Well, I hesitate to disagree with my learned counselor, but I believe you may be forgetting, even though it isn't something we concern ourselves too much here in the third committee, we do need to concern ourselves with the growing threats that new synthetic life forms could possibly present to the Federation. We now have a large, powerful military force who is attempting to dictate to a sovereign polity how to run its life for their benefit. And what is it to stop them from just simply rolling in an armada and pushing the issue? What if certain synthetic life forms may take this as a call to uprising?
Chairman, I believe if you've studied your history, it would be an alternative course of action that would be most likely to lead to uprising, the suppression of the rights of individuals.
Well, we're not talking about existing Federation loyal members. We're talking about the new ones that are coming along the way, or supposed people who would be and on he goes as he keeps every so often you'll say something and then he'll try to spin it on you. Give me a pose presence command. He has one free hit.
All right.
He's the chairman.
Cool. Trait of unified minds.
Yep.
Trait of analytical. I am arguing here.
Countered by his impassioned pleas, unfortunately.
All right. Trait of celebrated captain if he's bringing strategy and Starfleet tactics into this.
Yeah, he can't counter that. He never served. Yep.
All right, so I've got 2 free hits.
Oh, and boop. Oh, sorry.
Sending intelligence back at some point just to help him out, but I
Spending 3. I speak in defense of the Federation. Not we speak, I speak.
Uh-huh. Cool.
This guy's an awesome person.
Yeah. Relentless progress means relentless improvement. Value.
Yep.
This man is a traditional conservative politician arguing for the status quo. No.
No.
Let's just stop the whole exploring thing. You know what, Starfleet? I don't know. They cause more problems than they solve. Maybe we should have like a star navy. That makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Starting
I mean,
to
it
like
works
it.
with
No.
the
Pry my
Romulans.
starship out of my cold dead hands.
No, guys, there might be some good androids, but there are also some bad androids. too.
That's exactly his
like,
argument right
Oh
now.
my god.
Do all androids deserve rights?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Again, because he brought it here, a focus in Starfleet protocols.
It will help. Yep.
All right. I will buy a third die with 2 momentum. Did he buy dice?
He bought a full mint.
Okay.
Plus
Then
his
I'll-
determination spend.
Yeah, I'll buy the rest with threat.
Threat. How much you short by now?
3.
So I'm buying 3.
Okay. There
Buying
you
up
go.
to a 4th dice. Die. Right, rolling 4. Wow.
He gets to reroll the 20 and the 19 because he's in his arena. 1, 2,
That's bad.
3, 4, 5, 6. 6 plus the 2, 8 hits total.
I have so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 hits right now.
Ugh.
Yeah. Let me check something back here. Oh, I did not write down any thing for that one.
Which one?
Any idea what the episode One Zone Command entailed?
Actually, thanks for the
Awesome
reminder
stuff.
there, Pend. Pend, you actually can, because something, Pend had already tried to get Sister Straight to back Myth's efforts. This is something that was done, I think it was several episodes ago. Pend, your influence can throw weight here, so you can actually throw Presence Command as an assist, because your your clan would have had petitions thrown at Myth going, hey, well, Canon Sister Straight is all for this, for whatever Myth says is a good idea.
If that's the case, would you allow me to spend my medal and turn it into an autocrat?
You could, yep.
There, I'll do that.
The military telling politicians, give minority rights or else.
I mean, this isn't the military. This is an Andorian clan saying that they support a particular politician on this issue.
Which doesn't make Tarazi look very good. Wait, a storied, the spy family, one of the spy families is supporting not you. It's like, aren't you supposed to be the big Andorian hero?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So I think that puts you
but
at
yeah.
6.
That would put me at 6. I'm looking to see if I have a milestone to spend here.
Yeah, I poured in everything from your sheet, so whatever's there is there.
Yes. So, question, Opinion. Do you have any idea what the episode One's Own Command would have entailed for milestone?
Say the name again.
One's Own Command.
One's Own Command.
Because I did not give that one any tags.
Presence and command rules. I would guess put it out there.
Yeah.
Successful mission despite targeting Miles' failure to escape capture. The Kismet returns to Starbase Aegis to have all charges lifted. Tiger's going to return to duty. As they return, meeting with Nea. Myth has a future to thwart. No, it would apply. Yep.
Cool.
Directly relevant. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I write those summaries.
Right.
This is why I write those summaries and leave them in the Discord for my sake, if nothing else.
All right, I'm re-rolling 3 dice then. My 18, and my 19 on that roll.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Ah,
We are now tied.
Are you?
Right?
You were at 6. You're now at 7.
All right, yeah. I'm 1 short now. This is why I kept meaning to get veteran myth.
I don't remember about sending stuff back at some point, but that's all about. I don't know which reality we're in now. Weird.
I am looking to see what other milestones I have, because I do have a lot of milestones.
I mean, you're probably going to say no, but could I give Myth my determination, considering I'm part of the role somehow?
You could.
Have mine.
All right.
Take it under Prime Directive, because this is going to affect the Prime Directive.
It would. Yep. This is on the Starfleet side of the issue. Prime Directive comes into it.
Wow, haven't gotten to use like straight up the Prime Directive as the directive
In a while. Yeah.
So there's
Alright, so I'm
there's like a
rolling-
written letter from Captain Penn that he sent on this issue. It's like, oh, I'll write about it, sure. It's like,
Rerolling 2.
Okay.
We've gotten close on
There
the
we
Gunmore
go.
of challenging
There
the
we
Prime
go.
Directive, but never actually brought it up.
Yeah.
I'm at 10 now, GM.
Well,
I mean, wasn't it also Penn who agreed to this deal with the Alcarans?
Yeah.
that's why the third committee's having discussing it. It's like, before we bring it to the Supreme Assembly, we have to work out the quirks of it. As you make your plea and you're able to keep up with Tarazi, you bring up new protocols and you give examples, you give written accounts, you give testimonials from a captain, serving captain currently, Chancellor
I
Shreer, and the
frequently
votes they have.
criticize his logic, I think.
Criticize his logic, and you're getting to the point where you're going back and forth. Eventually there's certain rules that we won't get into, but there's a certain point where eventually a vote just gets cast. It's like, forget it, we can't be doing this forever. There's a million other things we need to do. So a vote is about to be called. It would be normally by procedure called, except to threat. The chairman says, well, I believe that as important as an issue as this is, I believe cooler heads should prevail, and therefore shall put this committee into recess until tomorrow morning. There are loud vocal protests. People stand up out of their chairs, are shouting at him, and he just taps the thing. He taps a control on his panel, makes a bell noise, and everyone's mic shuts off. And he just stands up. It's a power he can use. Again, it's one of those, you're not supposed to use that unless people are literally hitting each other on the floor and you need people to calm down and literally go away. You two were the only ones having this conversation. Everyone else was listening to you two because you were the two big voices. And you get a feeling that if nothing changes, tomorrow morning the vote is going to go overwhelmingly on your side.
Yeah, if nothing changes. Yep. So Myth is going to attempt to speak with as many of her colleagues after this and secure their votes, audibly question the behavior of the chairman, that kind of thing.
You get your communicator chirps at you. And you
This
realize
comes from Myth.
as you're about to say that, your brain has a quick reroute of, wait, it's the other badge. Jimmy Night Watch badge chirping at you in your head.
I open it and don't say anything, but indicate that I am receiving.
This is Von Wartburg. I need to speak with you in the ground vehicle lot. I believe it's quite relevant to your problems right now.
Confirmed. En route.
And as Myth's, catches the eye or two of a couple people, like, I want to talk to you later, and I'll be meeting with you later. As Myth leaves, Taraze just kind of smirks as she leaves, as if seeing this as a retreat, which a little petty, but he's a wonderful person.
I'm going to ask some of my staff to liaise with some other counselor staff. I think I probably have like an exocomp on staff or something, you know?
Probably. New scene on this point, though. As we'll come back and see what's happening with Myth here in a moment. Why would it be relevant? Don't worry about it. Everything's fine, everybody. Meanwhile, amidst the stars, Narendra Station's under attack. To update people, the Achilles, to remind you, is still moored to Narendra Station. Rylov at the moment is in a running shootout with Harmon Grennan, according to his little spy drone. There are a bunch of injured cadets sitting in medbay right now.
And the non-cadet, but we don't worry about him too much.
And a non-cadet, a civilian. Yeah, you guys, before the fleet, we resolve how the fleet battle is going. We will resolve how the heroes are doing aboard the Achilles. So
we've
crew of
made
the
it
Achilles, what are you
onto
gonna
the
do?
ship, but we haven't unmoored it. We've just like stepped on board.
Yeah, the last we left off, you guys had all spread out across the ship to your stations.
Okay.
Right now, the ship can be launched at basically at an incomplete state. So it'll be at increased difficulties and stuff like that. But there is an extended task that Arlen could do and could be assisted with to help get the ship back to its original settings, at least for now, while there's a shootout going on.
Give me like two turns, I can get it done.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm like I said last episode, I'm calling a bunch of hoplite sections and tracking down Lieutenant Rylov.
Oh, I don't think tracking me down is a problem. The spy drone can be like, hey, hi, here.
Oh yeah, no, my job became much easier.
Yeah.
But
It's
I'm
just
still
also,
doing
hey, fire
it.
starter.
Yeah, like she was en route with like 5 squads of hoplites.
Oh, so you're who are you leaving the ship? Who's in command while you're away from the bridge?
I believe the captain was in command.
Captain Rahara? Okay.
Yeah. Because I initially informed her that I was on my way up to meet her on the bridge, and then in the turbolift went, wait, no, I'm not.
So which one of you wishes to go first? Because you basically there is no you will all act. Grennan will try to act, and then fleet actions will happen.
All right. I think we should get Arlen on it first, maybe.
Actually, I'll get Rahara to do her rally, unless you guys want her to, as she's trying to organize everybody and try to keep everyone connected, or she can just sit back and assist someone else's role. Because right now she can't command the ship can't unmoor. Or shouldn't unmoor.
A rally sounds helpful.
A rally would help.
Oh, fudge, that's right. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. It's a diff 0 roll. Do you wish her to buy any additional dice?
2 more additional?
So I do 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
So she grabs that momentum away.
Yep.
Thank you, very helpful.
Was she cautious?
Was she cautious or
she's bold. Actually, she can still reroll. Ah.
Wow.
Well, she generates 2 momentum. That's
I was hoping for bigger and
stellar.
than that.
Well, Rara did her thing.
It was technically an improvement on the situation.
It
Well, you
was.
know, she did give a speech, but it wasn't the best speech I've heard.
We for the price of 2 threat, we gained 1 momentum.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That's a good rate.
she gave a speech to a crew that she doesn't even know, and she's like,
One of those boilerplate speeches that you give to that can apply to any crew, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, momentum
It's like you can
inflation.
kind of see
It's
through
killing us.
Who's going next?
Guess that's me.
Okay. Boop. Let's grab that extended task. Scroll, 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 scroll.
Yeah, it's nice seeing Myth after so long.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got guest appearances from, I think, just about everybody else.
Yep. I just need to get some of the other guest stars to show up. So you have a progressive 2 due to some of the work you've already done in advance. Control or daring plus engineering, DF3, resist 1, magnitude 5, work 22.
Okie day. I am going to spend my determination to get a talent.
What talent?
Miracle Worker. I feel like that's going to be needed here.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the one that gives you multiple hits. Oh no.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Arlen, would you like to keep that determination?
I would.
I'm going to spend 3 threat.
Oh, yep, your exo power.
Yep.
And I'm spending it towards the value. Nothing is perfect.
Yeah, that applies to the current problem. It's like, I don't need it to be perfect, I need it to work.
Alright, just writing that down, and... Alright, diff 3, control engineering, let's start throwing traits, limit pusher.
Yep, difficulty or resistance.
Let's do resistance.
Resist 0.
Fast thinker.
Won't tip the scales here. You're kind of going as fast as you reasonably can.
Yeah. Married, vanishes trauma, lateral thinker, not really, and reckless.
A comp increase.
Yay. I'm not determining the source of a technical problem, so I can't use I know my shit. Alright, for focus, tinkering or emergency repairs?
Emergency repairs.
Alright, I'll save that play for later. Let's keep the momentum and do 3 threat.
Okay.
Old. Yes!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 on a 3.
That's
So
3 momentum gain.
Roll me 7 challenge dice, please.
All right, Daddy needs a new warp core.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 work.
And an effect, so that's 2 breakthroughs.
Oh, and that progressive also adds 2 more work. So it's not 6, it's 8. 8 work, 2 breakthroughs. Base difficulty is reduced to 1. As you direct your crew, your engineering crew, and race, and basically unplugging all the reserve limiters and trying to put in, reestablish the existing systems. It's a lot of duct tape, spit, and prayer, but again, as you said, it's not about being perfect. It's about it,
Get it done. We'll polish it up later.
That is your action.
Spend 2 swift task.
You can spending 2 of what?
2 momentum.
2 momentum, alright.
Play it again, Sam.
5. Pulling the comp range to 5.
Of course you are.
Wait, I can save myself some threat. Because you have reckless.
Yes.
There, 5. Basically, because there's a lot of stuff that you're unplugging that you really shouldn't unplug, but if you leave it plugged in, it's going to make life hard for the Achilles to operate. I mean, it's going to operate kind of unsafely, but it should be good if you don't run all day like that. Right?
As long as you remember to plug it in after you fire torpedoes, it should be fine. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, we just have one instant there who's holding a hot cable and say, okay, when we fire torpedoes, I need you to plug this in for about 5 seconds and then pull it out again.
Or what? What if I don't?
What?
This whole room catches fire. So please be prompts
Please be
there, Ensign.
I'm just picturing that you're like sitting there, like with like a comedy set of cables, and you're like, torpedo bay or concert hall? Torpedo bay or concert hall? Which one's more important right now?
That represents my situation.
And diff raises the 2 because you're swift tasking.
Okie dokie. Limit pusher. I'm doing this as fast as I can.
All the stuff that applied before will land.
So limit pusher.
Limit pusher could pull the comp down. I take that back.
Let's pull the comp down by 1.
So comp 4 instead.
It
was Fastfinger, I think, is the one that didn't fire, but I can see Fastfinger helping with this part of the problem.
Yep. So, will Fastfinger apply, and I can bring down the diff by 1?
Well, you brought down the resist with it, remember?
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, that's what I did. Alright, so same thing as before. Let's just do 1 threat this time.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
One I got pulled back down to a diff 1.
No, it's still 2. So
still diff 2.
But 2 momentum generated.
2 momentum.
Give me your 7 challenge dice, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, sorry. It's 2 plus the 1, so 3, 6, 9, 10, 11.
Okay.
Pulls you up to 19.
And I got Chevron, so that's 2 breakthroughs.
Yep. Brings the diff down to the minimum of 0.
How much work is left?
19. You have 19 of 22. So 1, 2, 3. 3 more would get your 5th.
Let's spend 1 momentum and re-roll those.
You
There's
got
my
it on the
3.
button.
I broke the track. That's 5 in one turn. Engineers, man.
As you're racing
Yeah.
around, there's like people with like doing bucket brigades from like nearby replicators and splashing overheating panels with water to help cool them. Some people are adjusting environmental controls to artificially freeze certain areas to deal with stuff, or vent heat. There's like bits of steam venting away from the ship. It's like, what's that for? Well, we have to put the heat somewhere, and the heat sinks. Well, they'll come on Thursday, so we don't really have time to wait for that. So heat's going that way now. Doesn't that make us like really visible on sensors? Yes, but who cares? Everyone knows we're here anyway.
Now I'm totally
Look.
picturing like there's like the entire deck with the computer core in it has now been like lowered by like 20 degrees. So where everyone's running around in like a Starfleet parka that just looks like a normal uniform, but it's a little bit puffier.
And meanwhile, there's like heat mirages is venting from the dorsal section of the saucer.
Yeah, if you are an enlisted person, you don't want to be in your dorm right now.
We're Red Alert. You shouldn't be in your dorm anyways.
Yeah. I hope you're not in there, Red Alert.
Who's next?
God damn.
Tee.
All right, Captain. All right, Commander. You got your miracle.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I will go next, I guess.
Sounds good.
Boop. So you catch up with Rylov having his running battle with the Super Grenin.
And I believe I need to spend for some hoplites.
You do.
It's not so much a battle as it is a running diversion, but hey.
What's the one that you spend once, and what's the one you spend multiple times with opportunity and escalation?
You spend escalation multiple times. Oh no, other way around. Sorry, it's opportunity you spend multiple times, not escalation.
Okay, so I'll give you 2 threat for the 2 escalation.
Okay.
And then I'll give 4 momentum and 2 more threat to represent 3 hoplite, like overwhelming force of hoplites.
An overwhelming number of targets for Grenin. Got it.
So what? Just 5 people then?
So you have 3. You basically have deployed almost the entirety of your hoplite regimen for the shift.
Mm-hmm. Squads 23, 17, and 41 on me.
All right. Wasn't an action to make that happen. That was just you telling people to meet you.
Yep. I just thought I'd get into that part first.
Yep.
So, are we able to get to where Rylov and Grenin are?
Yes. That's why he had a solo fight by himself for a bit, because like, you're not there yet. We have to wait till a new scene till you get there.
Yeah. Lieutenant,
So
advise on attempted containment procedures.
Oh, crap.
Punching it did not work. Getting close to it will, in a manner of speaking, electric you. I can't quite describe exactly what that was. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. She appears
Directed
to have
energy?
stunned. Not directed, more like a loose cable. He does want to kill me. In particular.
Die,
He's very
Romulan!
angry. That.
This is for Varro! Ah!
I don't even know who that is.
Crack.
Oh, I know who that is.
Oh, I know who that is as a player.
Oh no,
like,
I'm
I don't
saying
know what the fuck's
Thralic
going on.
knows who that is. I'm saying Thralic knows who that is and is taken off guard. Very, very taken off guard here.
As my best guess, the closest this is to is a Firestarter report, and I only read those vaguely because there was something that was reported to be irrelevant at this time.
Right.
Apparently,
All right, hoplites. You heard the lieutenant. We're dealing with a possible fire starter. You know what to do.
Are we all like running a conversation?
Do you know what to do?
Entirely.
So the hoplites were formed before then, and we're directly involved with that.
I can keep distracting him while you guys do whatever you need to do.
Reason plus security difficulty 3. It is rendered possible because all the instead of it being like a scientific method or extended task, as people start looking at each other going, who has the brief on that? I do. Okay, run us through it. So you basically, these guys are kind of running their scientific method for you. You're just directing them and trying to go, guys, hurry up. Like time is somewhat of an issue at the moment.
Really,
yeah, I was assuming that they would know this, but
all they and Throlic need to do is sit in the
well,
corner.
the initial solution is the standard solution by the book is to evacuate the vessel and isolate it, and then activate the self-destruct sequence. That's how Starfleet's dealt with it before. That I doubt that's the solution you want, though.
all right, yeah. It's not. Cool. Reason security diff 3.
Yeah, you just sit in the side room somewhere, and Rylith will keep distracting him while you figure this out.
Insight, because we're doing this on the fly, like as a collective, rather than by looking up a bunch of stuff.
You could, yeah.
All right. Focus in strategy and tactics.
Yes.
All right. Trait of hoplite commander.
Yes. So diff 1, I believe.
No, because first thing was a focus, second thing was a trait.
Oh, right. Yes.
So diff 2. However, getting to that point, trait calm in the storm.
Yes.
Their commander is unfazed by this somehow. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll 2, I think. Yeah, should I? Do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll 2. There we go. Hit it.
They reason out between themselves the various things that are possible, what they have, discounting things that the ship doesn't have, because why bother? You know, we could use an EMP pulse field like on a Ferengi vessel. That's a great idea. We don't have one of those, and it would take us too long to build one. So no, we're not doing that. Oh, okay, never mind then. We'll set up a nuclear blast. We're on a ship. Nuclear blast inside a ship's a bad idea. Okay, moving on. You know, but very rapidly firing through. Like people are very quickly running through it between these 3 teams and you. But eventually it comes to you get the following from them. Energy weapons are a bad idea because it feeds into the Firestarter and empowers it. The crystals absorb the energy and redirect it back out as intense radiation fields, which, by the way, Rylop probably will need to see a doctor in the near future.
Fine. Blood's already green. Let me.
Yeah. He also injuring the subject doesn't seem to be enough because the regenerative qualities of controlling crystals makes it such that you may make the right sounds and distort the body in certain ways that cause certain injuries, but it almost immediately regenerates it. Like by the time, like Rylov, as you're talking with them, Rylov, you would have noticed at some point, you're not sure when, Grenad's arm just fixed itself. He didn't do anything. He didn't make any gesture. It just sort of did it. So it basically has the wrathful quality. So if he takes instead of taking an injury, I just get to threat because he just gets mad. This also means emptying his stress track won't drop him because that counts as an injury. So there are now, other than blowing up the ship, because absolute antimatter-matter reaction can destroy somebody, so a torpedo would drop him, because it's a miniature version of that. So that's one way: fire a torpedo at him somehow, or detonate one on him. Another one is to dump enough energy into him that he overloads and explodes, much like because the Kashoan crystal has that. It can absorb. Phaser fires are enough, but if you do like a ton of energy into somebody, eventually it overloads the crystal and explodes. Downside is they basically blow up like an antimatter explosion inside a ship. It's part of why one of the star bases that had a fire starter almost got blown away, just because the fire starter blew up. The third option, and this comes from the more psionic part of your detachment, like they're the more parapsychologist types. Kashoan crystals, they're actually confused why a fire starter exists at all, because all Kashoans are connected to each other, and they all turned the black-red injection that makes people get super corrupt and angry and wrathful. That doesn't exist, and it can't. It shouldn't be able to. So usually just thinking or psychically linking or mind melding with it and getting the crystal to calm down would shut out the fire starter. That's how the Kashoans made all other fire starters stop existing. They just said, hey, stop, and we cure you of your infection. And then they faded off to wherever it was the Kashoans went. But
literally just a harmonizer.
And once one of them remarks that he's the purple glow. Pen, would these guys have been briefed on the reality crystal at all?
I was briefed on the reality.
Oh, he's
crystal.
BRB'd. Never mind. So yeah, they would point out that this has more his energy. He's acting like a fire starter, but those glows sort of a reddish black light. This is going with the same energy signature as the reality gate, which for Rylov is one of those like, oh well, you weren't like steeped in the lore of Kashoan fire starters. It's glowing and it's electric. It's hard to tell the difference when you don't know what the difference is.
He also kind of knows, but also is not saying it because he's like, I'm not supposed to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's told me. I just figured it out.
The last one is that they could, if you could somehow transport it off the ship. I mean, the big problem that the Hoplites will point out is that saving Grennan, the host, because Grennan they assume, isn't willingly doing this. So, because usually it's a very painful procedure. It's very traumatic for the person who's going through it. So it's something most people wouldn't want to do. And the only reason it happened at all is because it was done through like the Romulan Tal Shiar, Section 31, so on, right? So they're not sure how to save the host, because a lot of these options kill the host along with it. The only way to save the host generally was to mind meld or otherwise calm the crystal until it let go of the person and faded off to wherever, back to its people.
It would be entertaining if you used the harmonizer on Harmon. I don't know if it would work, but
I don't think it would work.
Harmonizer, in theory, could work.
There was one sitting in the hallway back there.
No, it was beamed into the room.
Yeah,
was it beamed into the room? Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
That's how they destroyed the reality crystal.
I thought they used it from outside. Oh, you're right.
Well, we gotta hit him back to the room then.
We never went inside.
Oh, we don't even know it exists.
We didn't want to go in there.
Yeah, and we don't know the harmonizer is in there then because we haven't looked.
Yeah, but the Hoplites would know of that blueprint because it's part of Kashoan training. It's like, well, don't blow up Kashoans. They're living people.
Wait, a lot of them were around the Tiger Squadron and Efrix and.
Yeah. Some of them probably helped her with the studies, like some of the medical part segments. Like, oh no, I sat through those lectures. Dr. Efrix was very clear about how we treat Kashoans and crystalline entities in general.
And, my boss used to have crystal bones, so
wonder if there'd happen to be one on Narendra Station, given that Efrix is on Narendra.
There is.
Well, it's something you can just replicate if you know what to ask the computer.
Right.
Yeah. So I'll say, Squad 3, retrieve a harmonizer. Squads 1 and 2 will continue to provide distraction.
He's even targeting them at all.
That's why we have energy field shields to try and absorb some of those hits, maybe.
It's 2 and 2 for our harmonizer.
Yep.
Or 1 and 2, sorry. It's 1 and 2. I'm wrong. So 3 if you want them to grab it now.
I'll spend.
Boop.
You already have 50 threat. What could what's
Do you wish to swift task?
I mean, both here. Sure, why not?
Okay.
Don't think I have anything specifically for swift tasking, so. Yep. I'm going to. Let's see. Can I direct this squad to attempt to use the harmonizer
You could.
while having the other two provide support? I'm gonna do that then.
Daring plus security. Opposed. You're using 1 advantage, so it's an opposed roll, so it would have been 1. You have +2 to your roll because you have 2 extra teams on top of the initial one.
All right.
I'm going to ask then, would
Yes.
Grennan attempt to let this happen? Not the creature I'm controlling, the person inside the creature.
He knows what this is, right?
Oh yeah, he saw the. It looks a lot more advanced. No, he would have been up to date. Yeah, graphics would have been telling him about it over the years.
Yeah. If he knows what it is, then yeah.
He spends toward the value trust in my crew. You have 2 free hits. I can't spend threat because the host inside isn't actually mad at you.
Oh,
I
sure.
can
Alright,
buy a
so
full
we
mid though,
have-
so
So we have an effective 4 hits right now.
yes.
Okay.
It's probably best I don't help with you, because then he is mad at someone assisting in that.
Yeah. Will the lightning responders on the hoplites help here?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, lightning is involved.
Yeah. Yeah. We're responding to lightning.
Don't cross the streams.
All right. So then that's 5 hits.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm technically leading this roll, right?
Yep.
Cool.
You're doing it through them, basically.
Yeah. I was about to say, then can I use presence of daring? I'm like, these are the same score. These are all the same score. I have 5 10s.
Humble brag much, jeez.
I don't think it's a humble brag. I think it's just like I'm very, very well rounded.
We hear you. It's fine. We don't judge you. I mean, the others
Yeah.
might, but I don't.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Focus on team dynamics.
Yep.
Cool. I will buy a 3rd die here. And leverage the trait of Hoplite Commander.
Yep.
Cool. 6 hits, rolling 3. 8 hits.
2.
Full pool! This is what happens when you buy all the hot plate teams for a hot plate thing.
Grennan you blast him, and you see what looks to be, for lack of a better word, what appears to be some angry spirit pushed away and out of his body. Grennan's body flops to the ground. And now that he's not glowing so darn much, he looks very badly burned. And you can actually see there's a bit of swelling and frostbite and stuff from like being exposed to vacuum. He doesn't look good at all. The weird purplish spirit roars at the group. They just keep shooting him because, well, it doesn't like it, so hot plates be damned. We're coming at you. And eventually it dissipates. And then there's a look between the three groups of someone takes out a scanner, starts scanning around. I think it's gone, sir. I don't think we disintegrated it because that's not how this thing works. If anything, we were supposed to heal it. I think that worked.
GM, one threat for my talent. Did that work?
What, ESP?
ESP, yeah.
You have delayed, but not destroyed.
Okay, yeah. So Throg's standing there behind them, like antenna twitching about, like she's still observing this whole thing. Okay. Weapon secure, situation secure. Let's treat the Admiral.
Who's going next? Oh, Roloff's not in death country anymore.
Oh. For now. And I did just send 3 civilian to medical. They were outside of the secure room for some reason.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry. I was waiting for my turn. If I can go now, I would like to treat the civilians.
Well, now you have a problem. You have a bit of a triage situation because
those are fun.
Because these people are. I wanted to be nice enough. I don't want to just kill them off through a spend of ending the scene. However, they are all sitting at lethal injury, which means once this scene ends, whoever doesn't have the lethal injuries treated is dead.
And
that includes Grennan, I'll point out.
Oh, good.
So if I only get one action, that means I can only excuse me. That means I can only heal one person and then my turn ends.
You would get, in theory, you could do your regular action, your swift action to do a second one, and then spend toward a determination to try to get a third action to save a third one.
Okay. And there are 4 people in my med bay.
Yeah.
Do I have a player turn to help you?
You could burn your player turn to activate a support character to jump in.
Then I'll do that, and if you can grab 3 of them, I'll grab the 4th one with one of your medical supports.
You know what? That sounds great. So are any of them more or less injured than the other?
I actually have an answer for that. Hold on.
Okay.
Zeft and Sarai took the brunt of the hit. They're the closest to death's door right now.
Okay. I will do Seth. I will do Zeft, then Sarai, and then worry about the other 2.
Oh, I can just do this. Whoopsie. Don't mind me. I'm just clicking on things and being an expert GM. Don't worry about me. Boop. There we go. So it is going to be control plus medicine, difficulty of 3. The ship helps you with computers plus medicine, because presumably other people in the medical staff are helping you try to revive them.
Okay.
Do you want to treat first?
I will. All right. 1 is for Zeft and 2 is for Sarai. Sarai looks out. Okay. And yes, the next time I get an arc, I'm definitely adding emergency medicine focus. But for now, I don't have a focus, so I'm just gonna. Ooh, it's Civ 3. Oh my god, you have 54 threat.
I know.
Okay. See, but at this point, like, does it even matter to give him more? Because he can already do whatever he wants. So you know what? Take another threat.
Certainly.
Oh, no.
Chip helps. You're short by 1.
1 second.
Okay.
Shit.
Oh wait, that was just your reroll. Never mind.
Yeah, that was my reroll. Oh, okay, wait. The nick of time.
Sarai's been saved.
Okay. As soon as she's saved, I will move on to Zeft. Same roll.
So are you swift tasking this roll, or are you determination spending to get an extra action?
Swift task, which costs 2 momentum.
2 momentum or 2 threat.
2 momentum, sure.
Okay. The difficulty rises to. Actually, you may want to reconsider treating Zeft, because I just realized he's kind of young,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh,
that might
no.
that would
Okay.
trigger your trauma.
I'm totally picturing them as, like, has she like steps into that ward and goes blank for a minute and then like grabs another doctor and says, "You treat him," and then we'll move on to instead treat Rizan.
Okay. I thought so. I was like, wait, hold on, you might want to reconsider. But yeah, diff 4 for her because you're swift tasking.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's totally an example of like biggest problem first. Save that guy's life before we fix our complex. Okay. You said diff 4?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Roger. Baff.
Bullshit.
You've saved Vizan.
Okay. Now finally on to Yolan. I spent my determination for sometimes you have to help those who can't help themselves.
I think that applies here for some reason, yeah.
Yeah, alright. Does the difficulty go up because it's a determination roll?
Nope, it goes back down to 2. It's as if you had a free turn.
Okay.
A free action, sorry.
Diff 2. Oh,
And I'm gonna claw you. Oh, you saved
determination back. Go ahead.
3, 4, 5. Your complication range has gone up to 5 as your trauma. Although it isn't raising your difficulty, it's. Ooh, this is feeling really too familiar for your comfort levels right now. But
Yeah, this is just like the massacre at the forest villages. Okay.
Same burn marks, same scorching.
Same cries of help. Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You spent some threat, and I'm gonna thank you by giving you 1.
Thank you.
Let's go for it.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You still have a determination.
I do. We also have momentum. Let me ask you this. If I don't spend for that complication, can Yolan die?
You're not even hitting the roll. He might die.
I thought you said it was diff 2.
Oh no, the base is diff 3. It's increased to diff 4 when you're swift tasking. You're actually short by 1.
Okay. Well then, all right. I was thinking about saving the complication because that would be narratively interesting, but in that case, can I spend for the same value to reroll?
You certainly could.
Okay.
On the button.
And veteran. Ah.
I believe a medical officer was being called forth.
Before the medical officer goes,
Hmm.
would it be worth for either myself or Ven to use our player turn to transport the Admiral to medbay so he can receive medical treatment as well?
Is he in danger of dying?
He is, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize Gredden had the lethal. Okay, Winchester, could you activate one of the medical supports and then heal Zeft and Gredden?
Well, we need to
Yeah,
get
but
him to
he has to
medbay.
get here first.
So
yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Yes, I can do that, but you got to get them to me.
yeah, so as I'm probably not undocking just yet, I'll, instead of being Shashreya this time round, I will be Katal.
Where?
Engineering. Top.
Da, 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 da.
Where is
Boop.
Kobuk right now?
He's on Narendra Station. He'll be fine. He's with a lore singer of a former lore singer of a Klingon house and a Orion Tabati. He'll figure it out.
I figured because I played
Oh.
Kobuk. I want to ask because you can't activate Kobuk.
I was going to use Kobik.
He can't because he's stuck on Narendra Station. He's just fighting Klingons right now.
And
He'll
I
be
can't
fine.
use Raxadiva, right? She's still
because
frozen.
she's in cryosleep.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. I can help you with Colbert.
Can you transport Grinnin and Kobuk here?
I've got 2 determinations because of constant presence.
I'm gonna pull Kobuk out of play with complication. Because if you beam, actually, I'll say you can beam him out, but if you beam him out, you're dooming Cecile to death because she'll be down a shooter.
Then I will transport Akir Ben Zarash from security, who's a combat medic, to the medbay. So yeah, I'd like to do 2 people from 2 locations into the medbay.
I am willing to say that you don't have to do 2 beams because he's a support character.
Okay.
Because he can reasonably. It's just that the only reason Kobuk was weird was that he narratively I know where he is.
It does kind of make sense for the combat medic to be like, we're a little bit short-handed and people are dying. Could you please come here?
He's like, yeah, on my way.
Well, I mean, like he was already on his way.
Yeah.
Already there.
So you want to beam good old Grennan into the death chamber? I mean the sick bay.
If possible.
Surgery bed. Control plus engineering difficulty. He's probably in an engineering room, so it drops to that. He's beaming him not. He's not on a pad. He's not going to a pad. Control plus engineering diff 3 assisted by sensors engineering.
Focus in transporters.
Yep.
Take a threat.
Certainly. This room over here.
I mean, do we want to...
Right, yes, do.
Yeah. Should I spend determination to send the security detail and hoplites back to the bridge?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, that's it for Gutal then.
Okay. So Akir Ben Zarash
Yep.
has a cadet and an admiral.
Okay. Who's the cadet?
Cadet Zeft, a Denobulan who's very badly burned from an electrical shock. Or radiation of some sort. Radiation burns actually is more accurate.
Akira has served with both of these people for a while, right?
He hasn't served with Grennan.
Nope.
Okay, he wasn't there. Okay.
He'd be familiar with him as an admiral in the hierarchy, but he's never worked with the guy personally. Zeft he would have worked with before.
Are
though.
either of them known for medical insight or ability?
No.
Zeft took the appropriate courses, so he has medicine too. And Grennan
No.
is
That is
no.
if I remember anything about my time as Grennan, the answer to that question is no.
Medicine 1. He did the bare minimum required to graduate.
Ben, have you used your player turn yet?
I have not.
If I revive Zeft, I can give him hit points, which I think gets him conscious.
When you treat somebody, if you want to pop them to their feet immediately, you can give me a threat to basically stim them awake.
Okay.
But giving them hit points is not a bad idea if you think they're gonna be shot at.
I might still do that anyways, because then I can, like, I don't know, hit you with the hypo and then tell you help me with this guy and you'll help me with the admiral.
Yeah.
As an assist roll.
I can do that.
All right.
You have to make
It's
the
really
roll for Zeph
complicated
first.
chains of tasks. Yeah.
Yeah, it really does sound pretty complicated, doesn't it? 3, 4, 5.
I hate this.
Comp 5.
No, Zeft, you're gonna die.
Diff 3, comp 5.
For my
During
own sake,
medicine?
can you save the admiral? It would be really embarrassing if an admiral died on my watch.
Steering or
He
control
dies on
medicine?
marshals.
Scroll. Control.
Yeah, it'll be bad if an admiral died on your watch, but you would, I think, die if Zeph died on your watch.
Focus in combat medicine.
Combat.
Yeah, combat medicine.
Combat medicine for Zeph, totally. Yep.
All right. Does the med bay help? Does it?
It's rolling with sensors medicine. Oh, sorry, not sensors.
Alright.
Computers medicine. Because
So
presumably there's staff who run over CU and they're like, oh, like you should probably see other medics who've been called in on short notice. Like, you're helping it. All right, we're helping you.
spending 1 momentum.
Well, you got him with the complication. He's not dying.
I'm gonna let it stand. Sometimes it's not pretty when you have triage, so he'll just have to deal with that.
Unfortunately, if you give this guy a stim, his implant is going to overload, and he is you'll have a whole new issue on your hands of brain
So-
hemorrhaging.
Yeah.
So you are not bringing me up.
Sometimes things work out that way. I guess.
I figured that's where it was.
If you don't have any other idea for if you don't have anything you want to do with your player turn, you could activate Dr. Zai.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got a new doc.
Yeah.
I am going to spend
With 0 activations.
determination on I strike like the Stormfront because rapid action is what's called for here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use that to take another action without a penalty.
Okay.
And I'll give you another momentum. Oh, if the comp 5 did not stay under the admiral, that's not a comp.
I'll spend to bring it up.
Okay.
3, 4.
Hey, I'm an enlisted combat medic. I'm doing the best. We still need your assist if you can assist.
Dr. Zaya.
I feel like an enlisted combat medic saving the life of an admiral with this level of injury is like Medal of Honor level award.
Yeah.
Maybe for a more important admiral.
Well, he gets to do a write up in a medical journal.
Could probably get a medal by not saving him.
Different polity, though.
Yeah.
So assist roll, if you wish, there, Ven, you can do an assist through Zaya.
I'm just finding sheet, pulling it up, and it is control med.
Roger.
What's the comp range on this?
5.
Oh, awesome. Xenobiology or medical technology?
Xenobio would work.
Okay, that's useful.
Treating one of those weird mammals.
We have to get his core temperature up. Right. We don't have to artificially do it because he's not cold-blooded. Right.
Then I'll take that one and went off the table to quash.
And the admiral is not going to die. Part of the complication increase for the admiral had more to do with the fact that you two don't know exactly how he was exposed to vacuum and what else is wrong with him. So it's one of those and there's a lot of hoplites who are hovering just outside the medbay, going just in case he wakes up and starts shooting lightning bolts again. We need to be ready.
just like 10 guys with type 3s out there.
Well,
Okay, if that's the case, then the second he looks stable, Ace is going to start screaming at them to get out of the way.
Yeah, they immediately hop too. The hoplites are a lot more responsive to that than security, because some of them do medical stints. They're like, yep, we're in the way, bye.
Well, and they're a little bit more soldiery, so Ace has more respect for them.
Yeah. So yes, ma'am, we're gone. So that leaves us with Ryloff.
Yeah, hi.
What are you doing?
So, well, I've just been running for a while. Tired.
Go to sleep.
What was I down here?
You were down here to
I
check
was-
on the status of the thing in the room.
Yeah, we haven't done that
There
yet,
we
have we?
go.
Nope.
No.
No. Time to do that.
Yeah.
I am aware of all the security products that were put in place because I was there when they were put in place. I'm not about to vacuum myself.
Narratively, I'll probably be coming with you if I can, but mechanically,
Reason security, difficulty 2.
Happening.
As you scan and ferret out what exactly went on in there.
Yeah, spy drone. It doesn't need to breathe or worry about atmosphere.
Oh,
so
that
it
brings
can
down
just
diff
kind
1.
of-
Yep, you can set it in ahead of you and actually get like a visual feed.
Yeah, it can just. And if it dies, it dies. Tragic.
Okay, Drago. If it
see,
dies,
this is the kind of thinking that I'm trying to work so hard against in the committee.
It's not sentient. Go away.
I
Just
mean,
don't tell
did you
Pavlov
test if it was
it's a drone
sentient or
and-
not?
I replicated it this morning. I'm pretty sure.
Sounds like a fair, moderate compromise. Robots can get rights, but only if they can pass the Turing test.
Am I supposed to give rights to a toaster? If it's a thinking toaster, yes.
I mean, exocomps?
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're not
paranoid
getting
still.
dinged. It isn't. You actually guys even bothered to check it was sentient at the time, so you're okay.
Yeah.
You were saying an exocom might be yelling at you.
Yeah. I'm paranoid still, though.
Maybe it is sentient.
that will make it any easier, but it is going to color. I can give you a bit more complete an answer because of it.
Lovely. Okay. I'm sending a. That's like there's no gravity in that region, right? I'm experiencing that was all turned off.
Yeah, the only thing that would have been on would be the force fields and stuff, and the ablative plating settings.
I don't know if that applies with a drone because the drone technically is already ignoring that.
Say again.
Weightless.
Yeah.
I was like,
Oh, you have 0G training or something, don't you?
I mean, I do, yes. That's the spacewalk one.
I wouldn't say it applies here, only because that's not what's making things
the
harder.
drone to do it, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think so. I can't convince myself before I try to convince you, so probably not.
Yeah.
Investigative techniques.
Yes.
Well, fitness or reason. Worse. I'll give you a threat.
Certainly.
Okay. I want that answer, Chief.
You are
running for an hour.
You are detecting a interesting combination. The crystal is in fact the reality orb, as it were. It is no more. It isn't in the chamber. There is a harmonic resonator. So basically, I was able to put together what the cadets did and how they pulled it off. They basically set the thing up, had it beamed into the room, and then remotely fired it. So they didn't have to enter the room. So you've confirmed that none of the cadets or the civilian were in that room. Therefore, they were not influenced by the orb, which was very annoying to a certain extra-dimensional being. But never mind that.
Yeah.
But you do.
Go ahead.
The one thing that does catch your paranoid senses is you'd bother to check for a couple of things. Neutrinos and chronotons. Neutrinos because neutrinos, although not commonly used or manipulated, because they are not neutrinos, something else, neutronium or something like that. It's one of the weird metals Star Trek has that sounds like a real metal.
Is it the one that the Doomsday Machine was made of?
Yeah.
That's neutronium.
It is neutronium. Hey, you bother to check for bits of neutronium because reality technology, from what your brief was on the gate, was that some of it was built out of the stuff. So just out of sheer thoroughness, you check for that, and time travel is possibly an issue, so you check for that. You do detect that there is there's trace amounts of it in the room, and you actually seem to be detecting an Achilles from several months ago in that room. Like a small time hole or portal between here and there. And that's where you're detecting it from.
God, the first thought I had is like, oh, I'm just like looking at the vid feed on this drone and suddenly the times don't match up anymore.
Yeah.
The little timestamp in the corner of the drone says different. It's like, what? Okay. I mean, the cadets did the thing, yay! How the fuck did they know is probably a question that's like...
What was the question again? Sorry?
I mean, it's not one I'm actually asking, but he's probably like, how did the cadets know? Because none of them were here. None of them have been briefed.
I'll actually give that to you without expenditure, because you'd be familiar with Cadet Zeph's hyperspace perception. It's similar to ESP, but he can kind of get visions of future events. But it's vague, though. It's so he probably guessed at it. He guessed he needed to be here for some reason. Exactly how, you'd have to ask him, but it's hyperspace can give you... It's the same way Captain Sisko was able to perceive things out of time. It's very difficult, but this kid has an implant that makes it intelligible to him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've got... That room is specifically a couple of months out of date backwards, or like last month out of date?
A part of it is, yeah.
A part of the room is?
Yeah.
Specifically where the orb was, I'm guessing?
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh, you're also
my
probably
God.
you'd be detecting the and then briefly you do detect the crystal that Pend had in there originally.
Like
The
Like it
thing
just
that's
kind of
used for the
flickers?
phase torpedo.
like it just kind of flickers,
Yeah.
or
Like it's there, like it's a month extra or a week extra, and then it's not. It's in this weird temporal loop. Almost a quantum state of temporal oneness. It is there, it isn't there. And there's some bit of temporal training from that one course you did back in Romulus. Something to do with lock something? You don't know.
an anchor, maybe. I don't know. I've got
Anchor?
a favor with a time fleet guy. He better fucking pay up.
Oh, you're spending that?
It might be where that's like, bro, I kept your secret, but I don't know what this is. Yeah. I don't even know how to contact him actually, but he might just know.
Oh, there's a little bit of extra detail. Your drone was really well tuned for exactly this for some reason at some point. You didn't do it. Somebody did.
What is that guy's name anyway? It was Venery Silvius. Captain Venery Silvius, yeah.
So, so you are viewing a time lock that is about to occur. That is to say, a temporal paradox. But it isn't completely. A time paradox it's like a ring or a loop that has to connect. So you can kind of see a paradox about to happen before it happens. When it does happen, it's really bad because it forces certain events to happen and they become immutable. And that makes it hard to manipulate time. It can also cause a sort of temporal hazard around the site. Specifically in this case, that's a hole that's linking you to the past ship. If some temporal agent or traveler goes to the past ship and does something to it, it'll leak back to you and vice versa. As in, if something happens to the Achilles now, it's going to happen to the Achilles then. Which then that's going to solidify the time lock because now both ships in two different times are suffering the same damage. And that's... The short answer is that is very bad.
Okay. Can we unlock that? Is that even a feasible, like, temporal mechanic?
For a momentum, I'll answer.
We do have one float, so I'll spend that.
Man,
collecting favors is useful.
Someone needs to go to communicate with the other side to warn them, because they probably don't know this is a problem. Because it's something you're only noticing because the orb isn't sitting in that exact spot. Or you need to warn Time Fleet, but you already have. So he's like, he's like, oh yes, I am aware of that. That's kind of why I wanted to talk to you. That's kind of half the problem. I can't because if a time agent gets too, like a Time Fleet guy gets too close, it makes time locks harder to deal with. They need people local to that time to deal with it, to minimize making it worse than it already is.
I need to warn them that it's a thing that exists.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to actually physically go through that. I've got a drone this. I could potentially just...
I will note you've got a Romulan drone.
Yeah. From it was like a month or so ago when I already had the drone on that ship.
Yeah. Just wanted to bring it up.
I'm a Romulan, what do you want?
I want ale, damn it. Share, you greedy... No, sorry, go on.
You couldn't drink it.
It's true. But for 2 momentum, you could send it through.
Give it an appropriate message and be like, yeah, let's find out if that works. Presumably they can actually send one back, maybe.
And there will be consequences for that action on Saturday. I'm
sure.
All right. Any swift task you wish to do before I move on to the fleet problem?
Hell. Nothing I can think of really, no. Nothing I can do from here.
All right. Yep, let's do that. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 4. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Basically charging myself 2 threat for each of the time wedges, as things have become far more urgent than you thought. I was going to take this down slowly, but we don't have time for that. But I did put it on myself, so I'm going to charge myself the appropriate amount. Boop.
Oh, boy. Hey.
Boop. Is it this one?
Did you buy down the whole time or 2 wedges of it?
Oh, the whole time. I spent like 14.
Oh, okay.
It's like I have so much stuff. I could just buy it down. Which means ships begin warping into the area. The Tripolity fleet, a mixture of Miranda, D7, Continga classes, Defiance, Ramen Birds of Prey, an Excelsior class, and I always forget the TNM, Akira class, I believe it is.
Yeah, it's an Akira.
Then the Wilson R. Abbott arrives and begins deploying its shuttles, with Captain Athaton letting everyone know that he's here, and Lezix letting various allied forces know, don't shoot at each other, please. Shoot at the Romulans. Then a Alcaran battlecruiser or observer, along with a whatchamacallit? Intrepid class from Vale enters the system. And then
time for all hell to break loose. Wait.
Tiger Squadron arrives.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Under the command of Commander Wright, who is going to get written up several times over for this.
I know exactly
She's way outside of her jurisdiction, but she's like, screw it. I know
No
what's happening.
Oh, yes, because the Watch let her know, didn't they?
Yeah.
Wait, she's still a commander?
She's very good at pissing people.
She is.
I see.
He's going to probably continue to be a commander after this.
Since we're starting off, can we deploy the shuttles now, or do we need to wait till it starts?
You can deploy your full complement. So
Tienon and Min has extensive, so that's 8 just from Tienon and Min.
the Tiananmen's would jump up to. I assume they're going to stay on the Tiananmen. You're not deploying them away from it, or are you? I have them. I have the shuttles for it. I'll just do it this way.
Yeah, actually, like in small squadrons of like maybe scale 4 at most, like small groups.
How many can you field again?
Tiana
Total?
on Min is 8 alone. I don't.
So -1 doubled. So 6 times 2 is 12.
An Akira is a scale 5. Minus
5?
1
Oh,
is
sorry.
4. Yeah.
So 8. So
8,
so 2 groups of 4.
Yeah, and since the other ships don't have stats, I don't know if we want to get into that.
No, they're all as good as they're
that's
gonna get.
They're all ships geared towards other things.
I'll note that the Klingon ships and the Romulan ships, their only cool thing really is that they're cloakable, so they enter the fight cloaked. And they can't attack from the cloak. The problem is that if they don't move after doing that, they can get shot at. But if they attack somebody, they don't have the other side is only rolling to avoid being hit. They can't damage cloak ships back. Because you have certain improvements on your cloak ships that you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going into fleet combat, you always move when you attack.
we might need to get moving along because it'd probably take me 10 minutes just to get all these ships in the correct fleets.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. The enemy attacks. Oh, actually, I'll let you, before I do that, you can deploy these guys somewhere along this edge, on this quadrant.
Okay, I can't select anything, so I guess I'll just dictate.
Yep, for the time being.
So, cloaked ships to that square? Tiana on Min and Defiance here because they're all vicious. And I'll put the 2 repair ships in here also. Because
as a separate fleet.
I think Corbinian does it as you need to have 50% plus 1 of the fleet needs to have an attribute to get it. So this fleet will be vicious. I'll have to detach them if I want them to do engineering though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then is it half or is it over half?
Half.
Okay.
Half is the demarcation line.
And was it number of ships or scale?
Number of ships.
Okay, then add the Excelsior there. The shuttles in the 2 separate fleets over here. Two groups of 4, yeah. Yep, that's me.
Well, I'll hide a little Taven. Boop.
That's what he does best.
The Romulans, one of the Romulan ships will start approaching the station. And they're going to attack the Carrick group because it's the weaker of the 2 groups. Hold on. I pre-calculated. I did not. 4 plus 4. Oof. On the Carrick group is rolling 8 challenge dice to defend itself.
some sacrifices needed to be made, and it's been decided you're going to make them.
They cannot beat that roll.
negatory. Yeah.
Look, if it makes them feel any better, we'll put a bunch of medals on their graves.
I mean,
They're
that's
empty graves.
That's a science. That is a science ship. I don't think they care.
Oh, that's their fault for going on the station.
They will disengage to here to give themselves a defense bonus. Turn goes to you guys. Which allied fleet do you wish to move?
What's the scale of the small ships? Like 3?
Each of those ones are 2. So this group, as
Okay.
this fleet as a whole, is 20.
20 right now, or
Yep.
22 right now?
Sorry, 22 right now with the disengage.
Okay.
I will note that Narendra Station has the command buff, the vicious buff, the science buff for like work in that regard if you needed help with something, and they have the healing buff because it's a space station. The downside is they can only help people, and they essentially occupy all 4 of these areas. They just can't move because they're not
Mm-hmm.
they don't have that capability.
They're a big station.
Yeah.
Not like Deep Space Arcanios, which dodged around in a fight.
Station isn't a name.
I have some plans if no one else has anything.
Go right ahead.
I
No.
would like to take this shuttle group
Okay.
and disengage this fleet here once, and then twice over to here.
You mean feint or disengage?
Oh, double feint, right? You're right.
Okay.
Disengage.
So they're brought down. Their defense brought down to 18 as the shuttles make attempts. They shoot near the ships, but immediately veer away before the return fire comes back, irritating the commanders.
They've got to get away real quick, right? Because they'll be annihilated if they stay around.
Mm-hmm.
They have a total of 4 dice.
Probably largely trying to pull away the scout ships from supporting the warbirds as much as they are. Turn goes to the enemy. This group is going to turn and attack Wilson, our Abbott group. For 2 momentum, Athaton could have done a hero action before they got to him.
Yeah, I'd say go for that.
He's probably going to need to, right? He's at 11, and they're at 10.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's at 10, actually.
Althaton is?
Yep.
Okay.
Because he deployed all his shuttles as part of his fleet, so he wasn't just by himself in his New Orleans. He will set it so he rerolls his defense dice, because he was expecting to be shot at the minute he got here, so...
For Nebula.
Nebula, you're right. 10 challenge dice for him. They roll 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They were even. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does anyone want to roll for the Abbott group?
Sure.
Oh, absolutely. Tell me what I'm rolling.
10 dice. 10 challenge dice, sorry.
Yeah. I know how fleet combat works.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because of his hero action, you can reroll your whiffs.
So I can re-roll the 4 zeros.
Yep. Yep. This group actually loses from the exchange, as they were not expecting to run into one of the few captains that likes having a shuttle screen around his ship.
I pressed the button that said fire torpedo.
Boop. One of your group's gonna move now. I forgot these guys would have entered in here.
What were these again?
Civilian freighters.
Independent freighter captains.
All right. They kind
3,
of went
6,
cowabunga. It is.
9. There are 9 fleet, and
They could help out by doing some fainting.
Hmm.
They're not going to they don't really have enough to attack at the moment.
I was gonna say we could reform them
You could do that, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
from the station, and then they could merge. Honestly, because they ain't doing anything by themselves.
I think the station can't regroup them. It just helps them on their own.
It helps them regroup. Yeah.
Yep.
So
they could use their action to regroup an adjacent fleet.
Yeah, I thought that was. Yeah, that is the thing they can do.
Yep.
I might have been confused. We were
And
talking
then they
about
also
this
have the
last,
command ability, so they can.
like 3 or 4 Saturdays ago. I might have misremembered.
These guys would roll 13 dice, but they have to. Their target isn't their scale; it's the scale of who they're trying to repair. So which the station will be rolling.
Yeah.
13 with the Carrick's 5, 6, 7, 8. The target number is 8.
Yeah.
I think that sounds like a good play.
And the station is vicious.
Yeah.
Okay, give me 13 challenge dice.
Am I rolling this one, boys?
Go for it.
Go right ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, that's enough.
Yeah, there's enough. And then the
Here's
station has the command ability as well, correct?
Yep, they can direct others.
Yeah, so just direct them to go to here. And that's both of the station's actions, while these two groups still have both of their things. Right?
Yep.
That's how that works. Yeah.
So 9 onto 8 puts them to 17.
Yeah, which is more survivable than it was just a moment ago. I'm sure the freighters appreciate not being alone.
Yeah, like we're here to help. Ringard going, oh God, why?
The freighters are kind of funny. It's like if like there was like a modern tank battle and you were like, oh, I mean, I have a pickup truck. I'll come.
It's a bunch of Bajorans. It's some Bajoran captains that are like, yeah.
Nice, the pickup truck. At least the pickup truck is maneuverable. It's like if you had like a tractor trailer and you showed up.
Yeah, but it's like a tractor trailer where you also just drive around in your civilian tractor trailer with a 50 cal on it just for defense, right? They have weapons.
I was gonna say tractors are
They're
working
not
out fairly
unarmed.
well for the Ukrainians right now.
Yeah. It's more of a technical.
Goes
Anyway.
to the enemy goes.
I do like that idea though, just a tractor with a gun on it.
Actually.
Yeah.
This guy is going to. You know what? He doesn't want those shuttles to be a problem, so he's going to go over here and attack these shuttles.
Goodbye, shuttles.
6 versus 10. No.
It's 10 versus
6,
8.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I was right. 10 versus 8. 10 versus 8. 10 versus 4. Duh.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to wait till you roll because I probably don't need to roll.
Bye-bye.
2,
I
3,
mean,
4,
you could
5,
roll
6,
all
7,
twos.
8.
I guess I
Could
could
roll all
technically.
twos.
I could roll all 2s.
Yeah. You're not going to, but you could.
No. This was the expected outcome.
Now, not to get all superstitious, but I don't think the desired outcome will happen if you say it's not going to happen.
If my desired outcome is that the GM blows up my ships, I'm pretty confident I can get that to happen. No luck.
Yeah, they get damaged. Boop. And they will, given the numbers, are going to disengage back.
They're gonna stay not close to anything to connect them back. Yeah, that's fair.
Goes to you guys.
I think they're just sitting here going, there's a lot more ships than we thought there would be.
Before they get destroyed, do y'all mind if I use these guys for something before they die?
I mean, you could have them not die, potentially.
Go for it.
This is not the Federation. People die. I'm just gonna feint these guys into here with the one action.
You guys are fainting these guys down?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're down
Even
by
more.
6 now.
What, do you have a
Yep.
bunch of Klingons in those shuttles? Actually, you probably do.
Yes. Half of them are loyalist, a third are loyalist Romulans, and a third are Klingon. So right there, they're down for this.
I don't know if the Romulans are necessarily down for it, but yeah.
These are traitor Imperials, right?
Yeah,
Someone has to take them down.
I think they prefer to live while doing that, though.
Yeah, we sent all the ex-Federation, ex-Starfleet people in these shuttles. These shuttles are just Romulans and Klingons.
They're going to go to Silvercore or uplift the glory of their house.
Yeah, and wherever Romulans go when they die. The Great Senate Chamber beyond.
To the North Pole.
Wow.
And then something happens on the enemy turn. I just need to make sure I have the
Is it a Borg cube?
2, 3,
No,
That
they could.
4, 5.
It's the
it would
Republic.
be new. I don't think we've come across the Borg in any of the games I've played with Corbanian.
Yes, you have.
We
In
came
the-
across them
3, 4,
tangentially.
Oh, on the Andromeda we did. You're right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I reckon it's just going to be a fleet of droids going, Roger, Roger.
And then the Kismet
Wrong
incidentally
franchise.
ran into those same Borg because the Andromeda were chasing you down. So
We ended up like 3 months later. Jeez.
A huge fleet of Klingon birds, Cavort class birds of prey decloak.
Oh,
And they're not good guys,
Why?
right?
they don't look
good.
like.
That's black ships. What?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Oh, geez, that is a big fleet.
So, whose side are they on? I'm guessing not ours.
Oh, no.
And
Oh.
they attack the icebreaker.
Oh, no.
Poor little
Well, I'm
Tavon.
glad we put the icebreaker shields up,
Yeah.
at least.
The icebreaker gets to roll 5 versus 25.
Wait, aren't they skill 6?
Galaxy Skill 6.
Is it? Oh, never mind. I had the wrong scale. You're right.
Galaxies are huge.
Yeah,
Keep forgetting
clearly,
that.
the icebreaker is in the stations group.
Maybe it can be.
it-
Uh,
It is, yeah.
Unfortunately, they weren't. Achilles is though, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Well, the Achilles is kind of it's
attached.
protected by it.
Yeah.
So hey, maybe they'll roll crap. 2, 3,
Wow.
4,
They did roll badly,
no,
but
10,
they
11,
did
Yeah,
that
actually,
badly.
yeah.
13. Nah, you could get lucky. No, if
No,
you don't
no,
do
No,
No.
it's mathematically
No,
not
no.
possible.
Max as well.
Well, icebreaker gets surprise attacked. Admiral Yaden's completely blindsided. Lesix has communicates to everyone that they are claiming to be God Emperor blessed ships or whatever nonsense they're on about. Consider them hostile.
God,
And then
Emperor
there's shouts
sounds
from the
like a
Klingon officer, whose name I have not thought of yet, but he's from House of Geta, and he's like, "Kill them all for glory."
So There now exists an official state of war between the Federation and the Klingon Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would be an outright attack.
This is an act of
Oh.
war.
There exists hostilities. It's not an official declaration. It's not an official state of war.
That's
It's
true.
a declaration of war.
I mean, die in the name of our god emperor.
Okay.
Seems
You know,
pretty.
It's
I mean-
official on the Klingons' part.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
official
official on the
part.
Federation's part.
Sure, I'm just saying, just know that on your gravestone, it's not going to say war. It's going to say,
Conflict.
undeclared conflict.
The
The
Klingon
Narendra
policing.
incident.
Yeah, Klingon policing of Narendra.
Illegal policing action of their injury.
So yeah, turn goes back to you guys.
Oh, I know which fucking house this is. Barter found them out the other day.
Waha.
Then, oh fuck, I know what they have too.
That leaves the Carrot group, the Lighten group, and the Alcar group, and the Kismet group.
Also, if Barter knows, then whoever is running intelligence in Narendra should reasonably know.
Oh, and these two groups.
The
Maybe-
icebreaker should probably fall in with the station.
Yeah, because that'll protect them from getting destroyed.
Yeah.
Not permanently, right? But for a little while.
Well, I was just going to say, we're probably in a situation now where if we bring in the outer fleets onto the icebreaker, because essentially the GM doesn't really have any more turns at the moment.
Unless there are more cloaked ships.
You'd need to spend for that.
Oh.
Not if they're cloaked, right?
Not
You'd
if
only
they're
need to
already
spend to
present.
bring them up.
No, I'll let you know that I did have to spend for these guys to show up to augment.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's why I'm saying that.
Oh, so you're saying don't worry about cleanup, just do the damage and we'll clean up in a minute?
Yeah, could we have multiple fleets, get them where they need to go, then we can worry about the after effects.
Sure. Then I'll spring the trap and take these guys to finish this fleet off.
Which one?
I have to do a hero action first because I have to get my speed up.
Well, unfortunately, your hero action's eaten by because you helped with the medical stuff down here.
Oh,
on the-
we're still okay.
I mean, you do still have two fleets here. And the one can't be
Can't you
targeted back.
can't you just flank and then attack?
Oh, so the result is no matter how I slice it, I can't destroy them. Because yeah.
Can. Not with one turn, but you can.
No, yes. But so yeah, let's what is it? Advance to here. And then I'll attack with the uncloaked fleet. Oh, he said BRB.
Yeah. And then you're just going to attack like up here, I guess. Or
I might attack into the same square.
oh god.
That's such a pain to manage tokens-wise, though.
Well, if you destroy them, it might not matter.
He won't destroy them
Well,
because
I
he's got one
can't
attack.
destroy them.
What was that house called, Winchester? Do you remember?
Which house?
The fucking Klingon one that Varder found that was being uplifted by the goddamn Iconians.
You mean the one that was like that we fought with the Ferengi around the station like a month ago?
Yeah.
I don't remember. That's the first time we have ever run into him.
Wait, did you say a Klingon house that is being uplifted by the Iconians?
Yes, I did.
Oh no, that's bad. I don't like that.
What? We don't know how much they're being uplifted because our expectation is that there's only a few Iconian infiltrators at the moment.
Oh no, like their ships were fully upgraded technology wise. That's something Varder knew, and
Okay. Yeah, that didn't come
Like,
across
he
in the
found
regular
that.
game because we didn't fight any of their ships.
I
We
thought
only fought the Nausicaans.
no. Varder was doing research onto the house. He was trying to find out events
Yeah.
that led to things that happened. One of them was that Klingon
I don't think you did.
house.
Back.
I
I
mean,
think that was
attack,
about because I don't have any text.
attack with the main fleet. I'm gonna advance to here, and then I'll attack into them. Sorry for the token management issues.
No, it's alright.
If I've done my math right, I'm 24 and vicious.
Whoops.
Because that's 2 5s, 2 4s, and 2 3s.
That just sounds like your age and your personality, really.
I decided not to say that.
Oh, because the TNMN itself is a vicious ship.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So I'm rolling 16. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah, that did it.
Yeah.
30 at my count.
Yep, you did some considerable damage to the Romulan fleet.
Yeah. Someone else wants to do something. And I am gonna. I had to move to attack, so I'm gonna end my turn in their square.
Okay,
That's why I was apologizing for the token management.
I'll put you in there.
Yeah.
That clearly just means he's used up control of this.
Yeah,
ship.
I jumped off of my ship, several 100,000 kilometers.
I've done that
Human
before on
torpedoed it.
Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that sounds like a Oda move.
Should we have Captain Fatten try to attack into here?
What, maybe
Why don't you have it, since it's already damaged, have him feint, then attack, just to get that
Yeah.
extra boost.
Right.
Feint an attack for a guarantee, or almost guarantee. Unless he biffs it hard, but hey.
Yeah, because right now it's an even fight, which is...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't want those.
No.
Yeah. Just do a feint and a strafe.
So he's fainting and then attacking them.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
And
I roll for a Thatton, or does someone else want to?
Girl from before.
yeah, you probably
Have
should
that.
Before...
keep rolling for him. And he should...
How much is it? 10, right?
10. Yep. I only roll back 8 because I got fainted.
That's what I thought.
should probably end up in a different square so he doesn't get deleted by the Klingons.
Well, I was thinking you were moving into the.
There's possibly. I guess that's up to Masala.
I mean,
2, 3,
yeah,
4,
that-
5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3,
like
4, 5,
okay.
6. Yep, that's enough to destroy them. Well, disable them because of that.
Oh God, where would the safest spot be?
Probably
Great
just
I think I
follow
like that
through.
here. Yeah.
All right, you
Yeah,
know what?
probably
Yeah,
in their space.
let's
Yeah.
go right there. I'm gonna. You guys are much more knowledgeable about this stuff, so you can. I'm gonna follow your lead.
The advice here is just as far away from the Klingons as possible. There's not much tactics to it.
No,
Yeah,
it's classic like running away from a bear thing. You don't have to be far away from the Klingons. You have to be further away than the next.
You have to be far.
Yeah.
You have to be farther away than the icebreaker is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Speaking of, do we want to have the icebreaker
Fall in with
form
the
up on
station.
Narendra?
I'd say no, personally. Considering we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4 other fleets plus
Yeah,
the icebreaker.
okay.
Penn was suggesting we wait on the repairs and the attachments until we've done all the damage.
Yeah, because these
Yeah,
guys
that-
can
that
still
does
go.
make sense.
These ones can go, and this squadron can go, along with
We have
these
like
fellas.
5 or 6 more things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I feel like the Alcarans would probably be able to detect the Klingon stuff being not right technologically, and be interested in
That
going
is-
over there and trying to.
Yeah.
Assuming that
Can
these
we-
ships have that problem going on, because I
Can
don't
we-
know for
If
sure.
they do, yeah.
Can we pay for Vindrix to do a hero thing?
We certainly could. What hero thing do you want her to have done?
We could, if we can get her to have an extra speed, she could go 1, 2, 3, and then attack once on these guys.
Yeah.
Because I think she probably has the fleet power for that.
Or maybe
What-
not,
What fleet
not
power
even
does she
yeah.
have?
not attack, but maybe just feint them.
Feint will go away before it's useful, I think.
We still have
Oh, no.
lots of other
We might want to
fleets.
have.
Because it's
You might
tied
wanna
to
have
this
Lenara
person's
do a
attack.
feint.
I will let
Actually.
you know that I should have marked it. They have the vicious quality by virtue of having better technology than everyone else here.
Okay.
What's
their
the scale of the cruiser? Yeah, what's their scales?
Together they're 10. Oh wait, no. Is it right? 5, 6, and 4. 10. Yeah, I was right.
Oh, then even
Okay.
with vicious and fainting, they don't really stand a chance here.
So we have.
Yeah, maybe we should
this,
set up some feints with
and
Captain Lenara,
this.
and yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
On the
if
same
you
page
can
there.
if you can
That
get
was-
Lenara to feint her way here, then the
Mhm.
Alcarans could do a hero action and end up forming up here. So you kind of
Yeah, let's start with that. Let's start with Captain Lenara taking.
I mean,
What's her ship's name again?
so what you were saying?
I only
take
see the
them
registry
twice,
numbers on
a
these.
double feint on the Klingons by Lenara.
which will take them down to 21.
21, all right.
And then now you want to pay for how do you say her name? Vindrix?
Vinditrex.
Vinditrex to do a hero action to get +1 movement.
I think that's just an extra turn.
You
Similar
can do
to
other
what
things.
you
You
just
can do
did.
extra speed, bishop, reroll, stuff like that.
You can do it either way. You can either
I
do an
suppose it's true.
You can do either an action or there's one that's move additional zone whenever the group moves.
I mean, we could also have Tiger Squad. I think we want to end with Sacred
I'll be
Stellar
right back.
Serene.
Yeah, I agree.
So
with
we might want to have Tiger Squadron feint first as well, or Tiger Squadron get into position at the very least. They
Oh,
can
I was
definitely
gonna-
get into position.
Okay.
Tiger
Okay.
Squad can
You
also
know?
feint.
I didn't think they were gonna get to attack this round just because I didn't think the numbers were gonna work out. So I was just saying they move feint into joining up, right?
Plus, we've also got this fleet here, which can either group up with the icebreaker or get close enough to feint again.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Yeah,
a
you
lot,
can-
it's,
I think we can leave the
Um,
Romulans to me and to Starix and Althat, and we try to group things up for everybody else
Yeah.
to deal with the Klingons.
what scale was this again?
You've got 9 in freighters,
9.
4
Nine.
on the.
Yeah.
I think that's a Miranda.
That's a California.
What is it? California scale 3?
I think it's a 4.
I assume so. They're pretty small.
8. It was 4. Yeah.
Oh,
Four,
4.
four.
So that's 9. 13 plus another 4, 17. This is 17.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm back.
So I mean, like that's down to 21 now. You could reasonably get another feint from Tiger Squadron and take them down to 19.
Yeah. So let's have that be the
Um,
next action with Commander Wright.
I don't think Wright would have to do a hero action to feint, I think.
What movement?
Yeah,
Feint.
but they're not adjacent. They have to be adjacent when you feint.
Isn't that?
This is a Jason.
Oh, you can
You can end next to something. You either
Okay,
start
is-
next
is-
to it or you end next to it.
okay. Yeah. Then yeah.
So you're having Tiger Squadron. Well, it's not technically Tiger Squadron, but it is. The Tiger Squadron's disbanded. She totally didn't make sure to get certain captains to help her with something. So she's moving over to Feint, and where's she stopping?
Same place as Lighten.
Oh, are they forming up as well?
Yeah.
It's
We're gonna
smart
form
choice.
We're forming up a big block on the flank of the Klingons after.
So that brings them down from 21 to 19.
Yep.
I'd ask what might be a dumb question.
Go for it.
Where is the Achilles in all this? Because I've been looking at the map and I can't find it. Okay, and we're in a fleet all to ourselves.
Yeah, you're inside Narendra Station, so Narendra Station gets blown up. You're blown up with them.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, we haven't launched.
So,
Yeah,
All this battle's happening while you guys are running around, fighting and healing people, and there's this big battle going on outside.
Yeah, that's why I said Rylov tired, because he's just been running around in circles for like the past 20 minutes.
Okay.
Avoiding being murdered. So...
I don't know. I guess I feel like it counts if you're in the center of the battle, even if you never fire a shot.
I mean, Narendra hasn't fired a shot. They're doing stuff. We're not Narendra, but
and then we could have them feint. They can get one feint off, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they could get one feint off.
Taking them down to a 17 in total?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it.
Where are they
do we want to
ending
have the icebreaker
They're
try and
under
recover
Rindra?
first?
Where is Ragnarok or Rinjarak ending up?
I'm saying he can reach to feint them. I'm saying, do we want first, do we want the icebreaker to try and recover so it can either, the recovery, I believe you can move one so it can shift one away and maybe recover, and if it does, then it can feint and join the the squadron of the station.
Yeah, I think probably this is the time to use the icebreaker, because either we have icebreaker recover and then also feint. They could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then
Yeah, icebreaker and use recover now.
Or actually, no. I think it would be better to feint and then recover away.
It has one action right now.
you have to do the recover first.
Yeah, to get the second action has to successfully recover.
Right. So we try and recover on icebreaker, and then we know what the rest of our plan is. Better.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
We don't
need
really
to
want to
worry
leave them
about
out
the
in the cold.
icebreaker. Yeah.
Icebreaker cold.
Yeah, they better not freeze up.
Where do you want the icebreaker to end up? First recover? Over here?
I would think there, because then it's further away from the Romulans as well. If it recovered up here and the Romulans like, let's be cheeky, that would suck.
Yeah.
So it's our shields are melting. We'll head directly into the enemy fleet.
That is... You roll 6. I believe if you're adjacent to somebody, you get...
He gets vicious because of the station.
Vicious for his regroup, right?
Yeah. How many dice is that?
6.
I'll roll that.
And you're trying to beat 6.
I forget if they technically get an extra die or something from being next to it, or is it just vicious?
It's just vicious.
Okay.
That's still pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
What's the
hell.
target number on
I mean, they
recovery?
made it.
The scale.
The scale of the fleet, so they only needed 6.
Got 7.
That's why a bigger fleet is
The
harder
vicious
to recover.
didn't matter.
It's kind of funny. Which is
Admiral wanted to...
kind of impressive because it's really hard to regroup without vicious, unless you're a small ship.
So does he just want to then feed back here and then join into the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're down to 17 at that point?
Yeah, so feint the Klingons.
Did the Klingons
Narendra?
have vicious with those ships?
We don't know.
I don't think they did.
They didn't, no.
Okay. It's like not in the station, but it's
It's joining up as part of the station fleet, as it were.
Yeah.
So that brings up the station 6 plus 13 is.
I entirely forgot
14.
Trailblazer exists.
To be honest,
Well, I
Trails
mean-
Blazer's not like combat is not his ship's thing.
No,
No.
but he can also feign.
He can.
He will be doing his own actions. He has something.
Tragic.
He has a
That's
particular
fair.
mission he's here for.
Yeah.
GM, we'd like to break all of our fleets into individual ships and just feint you
I
to
mean,
death.
that's what these guys could technically do is just detach the
Like,
fighters. Let's go, feign,
Yeah,
leave.
we want to make your defense 0, not attack you. Just
In theory, you could do that. The only downside is on a balance issue. If they fainted, then they stay separated, basically. Because
Yeah.
otherwise, I could do it
also,
back to you.
Also, there's an argument, right? If your ships are acting that coordinated, right, they should be counted as part of the fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's part
So-
of why we're grouping these things up, kind of. I think.
Yeah.
It's like
So
everybody's going do
Question.
a strafing run and then coordinate at the meet point.
Yeah, Miss Ellie.
Okay, so not that it matters at all, because from what I understand, we're winning this fight pretty handily. But could we bring the Achilles into the fight for the rule of cool's sake, or is that not possible at this time because it's happening as other things were happening?
So, you guys will once you guys unmoor, you can choose to join the fleet combat. So,
Okay.
probably at next round, now that you've basically one round got the Achilles up and running, in the next fleet action, you could say we unmoor and join the fleet battle, or we unmoor and run for our lives, or whatever.
Okay.
You totally
we
can
unmoor and
join it.
Join the
Achilles-
Romulans.
We unmoor and unload all of our torpedoes on the render station.
Sky's the limit. Well, not really, because space, but
Space is
Well, the
like the
atmosphere
sky.
is our lower limit. I'm sorry.
that's your floor.
Okay, so do we want
So-
now
Rengaric
the
to
Stellar Serene.
finish off?
Yes, let's have Rengaric finish off the fainting maneuvers.
Oh, okay.
So he is ending up ultimately where?
Do we want him to end up in this quadrant or this one?
I'd probably say this one,
Yeah, I think that makes more sense narratively as well.
because that also, considering the Alcaran vessel or fleet will end up around here, that kind of leaves him in a soft surround with a Fatten on his flank.
Yeah.
The Klingon's favorite place to be.
Mm-hmm. Outgunned, outmanned.
Like,
So these guys have been fainted again, down to freaking
Yes.
15.
18. Okay.
No, down to 15.
They were at. That's what. Yeah, that was the 17 pin put in earlier.
Yeah, I'm keeping
Oh,
count.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
And so then we have Vintatrex. Hero action. We spend 4.
Yeah, they've been fainted 5 times, so they should be at -10.
Yeah, and they were 25 to start with, so
Yep.
yeah, which is still a 10 vicious against a 15, which is
Right.
potentially.
Well, that's
cutting it
why
close.
that's why we're giving that fleet the extra action so they can form up, right?
Well, they can't use a fleet that's already ended their things like combat power, right?
Correct.
So
Alright.
they can attack or they can form up. But remember, if we use the Alcara as part of the attack, their feint bonus goes away. Like if we feint the Alcarans over here, and then the next round comes around, and the attackers, like the attackers include the Alcarans, you lose all that feint bonus because it only lasts until the Alcaran's next turn. So we need, or you don't lose all of it, but you lose whatever the Alcarans did. So basically, none of the people who fainted should be part of the final attack, because as soon as we use their actions, those feints start disappearing.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's a case of...
Fainted once, could faint once and then attack it because then
Yeah.
they just give it back. So
We just attacked with the Alcaran fleet.
it's a 10 against a 15. It's close.
Okay, so you spent. Did you already spend for the hero action for Vinditrix?
We talked about it a bunch. I don't think we did it.
It's 2.
Yes, we'll spend.
Okay. Ultimate destination is here.
Yeah.
Essentially, yes. Please.
Which
All right.
will allow 1 fate.
Well, no, we're not fainting, we're attacking.
Oh, we are.
Oh,
attacking.
yeah, you're right.
Yes, so it's 10 challenge dice with vicious fruit.
Yep, and they get 15. Blah, blah, blah.
My money is kind of on the Klingons here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Definitely
7, 8,
now that
9,
they've rolled
10,
that.
11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh, 12.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Klingon Imperial fleet is able to hold its own against the Alcaran battleship and the Intrepid.
I mean, narratively, you can also say it's a case of they weren't expecting the Klingon fleet to have so many upgrades.
Yeah, like
This one has
they're.
upgrades. Does this one have the upgrades?
Yeah, that's how they're able to sneak. They're able to sneak through the Federation line so easily.
And because
Yeah, cutting and stuff. Okay.
they were attacked, they're 1 lower on their defense now.
Oh, you're right. Yep. At 14. The only group that has yet to act are these guys.
I'm trying to get feint. Not feint.
What's their
Flank speed. Its defense is lower than 2. Okay. So these are all scale 4 ships, I think.
Yep.
B7. Yeah. So that's a total of 16.
16.
And this fleet is at a 14 now, right?
Yeah, if you flank, you could
Yeah.
reach here and then attack. Oh my
It's-
god.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's another really close fight. But
Mhm.
They can't
but-
attack you back though.
but we know
'Cause
but
you're
we know how
close.
dangerous these guys are because they still have all their attack dice, right? When the next turn comes around, they're going to
Yeah.
obliterate one of these fleets. So
Oh,
I will
completely.
Oh, but they're cloaked. I
Yeah,
have
so
to
you
spin
get to attack. No, you get to attack without being attacked back. Is what that was. He explained
Yeah.
earlier.
The only
So
downside is
that
the only downside is when if you attack from cloak, and you're still in the same square that you attacked from, and they shoot at you. There's no rollback. They just hit you because your shields are down and you're cloaked. But
Okay.
that's kind of the gamble with attacking from cloak type ships like these. Which is why
Okay,
even
so
the Klingons
risk-
tend to decloak and stuff.
It's a risk, but doable.
And decloaking is considered a work action, so you move 1 space as you decloak.
Yeah, I'm a fan
Yeah,
of taking
but I
the
can't
risk.
do that. So the player is like tacticaling out with y'all, like, yeah, this is totally the move. But Starix can't commit to that, right? We're soft allies. Y'all have repeatedly rebuffed Starix as a true ally, so I can't risk losing all of these ships to 1 attack on this.
I don't know if there's risk to losing them actually.
Yeah. So if I fail, right? They go down to 1 turn, and then these guys turn around 25 on 16 and
No,
obliterate.
you don't go
If
down
they
to 1
fail,
turn.
Yeah, if you fail, you don't go down to 1. They don't return fire.
Yeah, because you're close.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why we're saying to attack.
Because
Yeah, then that's safer because they're not gonna. Okay, I thought I was like, 1 wrong roll and they were guaranteed to die.
In the initial attack, they're being surprise attacked, so they don't know they're in danger until they're being hit. The only downside is if they attack from here and they don't move, these guys might choose to say we attack whatever was there, and these guys can't roll back because they don't have shields. They have no way to defend themselves.
But they'd
from
have to
cloak.
attack into that cloak blind twice to completely destroy them.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
and if they're damaged, they can
Yeah,
only do it once.
it's yeah. It was
Exactly.
only my Starix's deliberation was only like I'm not gonna on a 50-50 shot lose 4 ships, right? But if
Right,
it's
and
not,
it's more
if
like
it's not
a
that close.
65-35
So
460,
yeah,
40,
we're gonna flank
like.
and attack from cloak on these guys.
Flank who's? Oh, you're going flank speed and then
Flank
attacking.
speed to move 3 squares and then attack.
All right. The only thing I'm rolling for is to see if they take any damage. I can't do damage back. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Klingon fleet
Yeah.
being thoroughly distracted from all sides, out of nowhere. These scale 4 ships, it's tiny compared to all these other ships blasting around them and stuff, and the big space station just kind of very quickly run up, slow way down, come to a complete stop, and then a bunch of torpedoes just arc out of nowhere for the Klingon fleet, and they just get battered out of nowhere. Boop.
There are also all the shit ships.
Yeah. I think everyone has acted.
Except for them, but yes.
Oh yes. So checking certain conditions for Trailblazer. The Achilles, in its logs after the battle, will know, or actually even now, they'll note that the Victoria scans them, scans specifically for the restricted area of the ship. They then scan the Narendra station. And then there is a chronological time jump as they warp away. But there's obvious chronoton radiation where they... actually, no, there isn't. The ship just stops existing suddenly. Because of how the Victoria
weird.
warps. They're just gonna boop, they're just not there anymore. And somewhere, several light years out of here, there's this random collection of heat from a Centaur-class starship going to warp.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Like you could displace it in a certain direction, like a light year away or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. This brings me
They're
back.
the only ship currently that can just warp right on top of you, and you'd never know they came at you. But yeah, no. There was, depending on what happened on the Achilles, Trailblazer was going to interfere, and it might not have been to your benefit because he had a certain mission. But you accomplished the mission he needed, so never mind. He doesn't have to interfere. You guys already did it. New scene.
Lucky.
I'd say we lose momentum, so you can just lose a threat instead.
You know.
It's worth a go.
Ooh.
In a underground vehicle garage, Counselor Myth meets with Wolfgang von Wartburg.
Wolfgang, a pleasure as always.
Counselor. It has come to my attention through various resources in the Watch that someone has been interfering with the reality device. And that has caused a political shift among the various powers in the Alpha and Beta quadrants. So you may have noticed that I imagine your politics have gotten as hard as mine has, as I'm very suddenly seeing calls for the Midnight Watch to be thoroughly inspected for the security and safety of the Federation.
I have noticed a similar rise in xenophobia.
I've already made moves to activate a special agent. You know who he is. With the Klingons that tried to interfere. There are others who have made notices that apparently the Achilles has ran into some trouble and have, in their way, as usual, managed to solve it before our agents got involved. So less work for us.
Captain Pend is most resourceful.
But the reason I wanted to talk to you is that positronic brain of yours. Not to get too hardware focused, but you have a unique set of skills that most Watch members don't. I need you to find out who collaborated with time travelers to get to the reality device, because I searched up and down all my contacts and intelligence. The Achilles having a reality device was not known to anyone but the Achilles senior staff and the Starfleet security senior personnel. So the number of people who knew it was on that ship, knew to interfere with it, knew to even be able to touch it, is countable. Now, once we figure that out, I can communicate to the Time Fleet and see if we can, either us or Starfleet, can intervene against this bender of reality, this re-roller of the universe's dice, and stop them at their core. Because frankly, if we simply keep destroying the reality devices every time, they'll just go back in time and remove it or shift it. We'll just be chasing them forever. Which there are ways around that, but the less the RMAs are involved, the better off we're all going to be. Starfleet rather prefers we didn't use them as much as possible, let alone the Federation.
I believe a sensible position to take. So, how exactly?
Say again, you cut off.
So, how exactly can I help?
He presents you a pad.
Take it.
And welcome to Scientific Method, everybody. Do.
We're doing everything tonight.
Yeah, we're pulling it.
Well, not Frolic, because
Extended tasks. We've got a scientific method. We've got a fleet battle.
Yeah, we just need like a social conflict and maybe some
And
trauma.
I just
we'll have
switched
done the
out
whole
my
gambit.
scientific method thing.
Well, we already had trauma with Azza, right?
Well, we didn't give anyone new trauma. That's the juicy stuff.
No,
So-
it wasn't actually for scientific method. It was for extended tasks.
So we did have a quick social combat between Myth and Taraza.
Yeah.
We did.
So the scientific method here is that Myth is now looking over the reports. Not that you five know that you're helping somebody else with stuff, but the five of you probably keeping track of weird movements on your ship, weird readings, all sorts of things, and then each of your characters might be trying to explain. Well, I think this is what happened, but further investigation will be required because you're being moved off the ship or something else came up. Like this is something the crew of the the crew of the Achilles would have dealt with, but you've kind of been busy, and now Myth's kind of seeing this after action report and trying to piece together these various reports to figure it out. Now, on a meta level, you as players can still share ideas on what you think it is, because there's this sort of, in Myth's mind, it's almost a group thing where it's like, what would Ven say? According to the personality profile, they would say this. What would Penn say? According to the person, Myth's able to kind of assemble this amalgam of unique thoughts separate from her own due to one of her traits and various adventures she's went through. See also why this is why Warper's like, it's better if you do this, because otherwise he'd have to go and find you guys and talk to you and go, hey, I'm with the Midnight Watch, trust me.
No.
He's like, nah, hey Myth, I need your help with something.
Yeah, that'd be Romulan says no.
Something tells me Ryloth wouldn't talk to me. What? I kind of have a history. If you think Klingons don't like me, Romulans really don't like me.
Yeah. So Myth does the thing where gets handed a pad, reads the entire pad in 30 seconds.
So, the scientific method here is, the question is, essentially, who was the one who found out about the reality device and used time travel to get to it. And this is a method of how you best think you can figure that out.
Probably Penn, because that's about what I'm about to do.
I mean,
I just solved it for you.
You're saying Penn's gonna be the inciting incident here?
I mean, I'm literally going to the Klingons to stop them from fucking around with it, to then go back in time to do it myself.
yeah, but that's just countering fire with fire.
Yeah.
Unless,
That is
Penn was
Penn's
fire all along.
that is Penn's intention.
Essentially, I was going back to destroy the device.
And then you were going to use the device.
Oh no, I was going to use the harmonic resonator to destroy it. If something goes wrong, it goes wrong. But I'm going back to essentially mess with the device.
Oh no! Someone used the reality device to change reality. Someone's done something to it already. Now, Penn's destroying it is important. Warburg's like, no, that needs to be blown up. That's important. But we need to figure out. He needs to figure out
Who did it in the first place?
Who pulled the trigger first that set all this in motion? There's only so many people who could possibly know. The people on the Klingon ships, people on the Achilles, and the people and the very select few admiral staff and on the icebreaker and the Ranger station. Outside of that, no one knew it was on your ship.
Yeah, well, congratulations, you have my paranoia.
So,
and those reports, Smith.
And for a Winchester, you can pull in a guest character to help with this, because I don't know if you want to use Tabin's reports. I don't know how helpful they'd be.
I mean,
they could be. I mean, it's up to you.
Well, he was possessed by the thing.
Would reports from the Klingon fleet help?
Yeah, because they were present.
Then I could use
Oh,
Geo.
wow. You could. Yep. So, and Wartburg has ways to get Chio's information.
So there's two of them.
Oh, don't tell me Wartburg's involved. Don't, because I will not help you if you tell me that.
No, I'm not, you're not here. You're not being informed.
There's one
Your
very
reports are being read. They've been acquired.
In this case, Winchester wants you to lie to Winchester.
There's one very, very obvious way that Wartburg gets Chio's report.
Because I will fight all of us, including myself, to get to Wartburg. So.
Yeah, Wartburg's sort of like, hey, Fire, just leave me out of the conversation. It's not going to go well.
Oh yeah, you can definitely have Barter get that for you.
Yeah, no, Barter doesn't make it a conversation. He just has access to those anyway.
It's called her bedroom. No,
Oh wow.
You'd have to
That's a weird name for a file.
Yeah, that's a weird name.
The file was placed there intentionally, right?
It was the base.
Guys, it's called Pillow Talk for a reason.
Oh my god.
So,
You have not yet met Barter.
the observe stage is what we fire off first. So the question, normally it would be engineering, science, or medicine, but because of the nature of what Wartburg's going into, he's trying to. It can be basically any discipline. So whichever one you think is the best method for Myth to puzzle this out, is what you can choose, because it's about finding that one thing that sticks out from the reports that goes, someone did something and they left a trail and we can follow it.
I'm going to be biased to say security.
Sounds kind of like it could be command.
Just remember, in later stages, the only people who can assist at the third stage with dice rolls is people who have at least 2 in the relevant department.
Yeah.
As long as you don't choose medicine, Geo can help you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's similar.
Yeah, like who is anybody ruled out by command actually to go meta here?
Wow, we actually have command scores. What the fuck?
Actually, I can help with anything.
Cool. So Yeah, I'm gonna say this sounds like command to me because that was my first instinct, and it'll mechanically.
All right. Myth, you owe me on the observe stage, reason plus command, difficulty of 1. People don't assist with this part. This is just you confirming whether or not command actually works.
All right.
And it's also a way to buff your. It's a meta way to buff your momentum.
Momentum. Yeah.
Cool. Should I worry about focuses and stuff?
Something observation, research, data analysis.
I have research.
Yep, research would apply. So you're at that
No.
very first I'm reading everything stage.
Then I'll go for it. I also have AI cluster. That might be what's making it possible.
That's what's making this whole thing. That's why Wartburg's talking to you.
Then can I use my traits of unified minds and or
That brings it down to 0, yeah.
cool. And I'm using command, so I'm gonna buy a die here. Threat.
Okay.
Rolling 3. Generate 2. Or generate 3, sorry. Forgot about reason.
Yep. And command isn't one you can use. No, I'm just kidding. All right, now we're in the hypothesis stage. This is a part where you choose at least three or more, but you can do more focuses, and you select what they are, and the lead researcher says, "Is it any of these?" And if I say yes, we go on to the next stage and we start rolling. If I say no, you know it's none of those focuses, and I gain a threat point. So you're trying to figure out which focuses you think will help you solve this problem. It can be ones your characters have, or ones that none of you have.
Paranoia. Always helpful.
I mean, paranoia could honestly be.
Oh yeah, I was
thing
like
here.
only being half sarcastic there.
Yeah.
It's actually a legitimate one.
Yeah. Okay.
How
so
about sabotage as focus? Sabotaging the timeline.
Reality is more of what is being sabotaged, but yes.
Is there a difference? Reality
yes.
timeline situation?
I'm gonna throw in temporal mechanics.
The two I could throw from Pend, you can choose which one's more applicable, would be mental prowess or strategy and tactics.
So we're just
Mental
naming
prowess is
focus-
exactly what I'm doing right now, but
So we are just
these are.
naming-
Go ahead, Masali.
Sorry. So we are just like naming focuses that we have that could work.
We don't even have to have them. It's
Okay.
it's rather we're naming focuses that we think the correct approach to this problem.
Okay.
But starting from ones your character has is never a bad start. Because generally speaking, behind the curtain moment, a good GM should be looking at your focuses and choosing from among them.
Mhm,
Generally. So the answer is usually in the party somewhere.
Well,
It isn't
you
always,
know.
but usually.
Well, the universe usually sorts itself out if we can find the path it's set out. So I say we meditate on this for the meditation focus.
I've got history.
Ooh. History actually could be interesting. Like future history.
Putting meditation in or no?
Because someone is explicitly doing this to fuck with history.
So we're at 4 right now.
I mean, I've just thought of a focus which is like darkest timeline, but
Question is, if we play the 4 now and be like, is it any of these before we put in 6? And it's like, yes, it's one of these 6.
Well, I'm thinking we might want to batch these. Yeah. What was your darkest timeline?
multiverse shenanigans. Who better to
Focus?
it could be. Who better to mess with us than us?
We have messed with us before.
And I wouldn't put it past a pen to purposely mess with a pen.
Yeah. Alright, so I think paranoia, sabotage, temporal mechanics, and history I can see those for.
Oops.
Are there any of these that we want to eliminate? So we can go as low as 3.
I'd say we swing it with the 4 and see what happens.
Alright. That works for me. So we've got paranoia, sabotage, temporal mechanic, GM.
One moment.
Ooh,
Really my drink.
just actually thought of a reasonable one. Quantum theory, considering in the room where we were storing the reality device is where I kept the quantum crystals.
No.
None of these 4. Okay.
For some Klingon focuses, maybe oratory. We can look through what speeches that have been given by some people who might be involved in the way some reports have been written to try to see if there's a hidden meaning.
Okay.
Was quantum mechanics one that was suggested?
Quantum mechanics or
No,
quantum theory.
Theory.
Considering how close it's been in proximity to the quantum crystals in that room.
What about something like politics, if we want to look more at the like motivations behind this?
Sounds good to me.
Infiltration. Because we know we've had Iconians infiltrate pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
Could have been an Iconian agent. Oh.
So here's 5 potentials. Oratory, mental prowess, quantum mechanics, politics, and infiltration. Are there any we want to trim from these 5? Mostly things that are like too similar.
What's our new list?
We've got oratory,
Okay.
mental prowess, quantum mechanics, politics, and infiltration.
I feel like oratory.
Let's see striking oratory potentially.
It's kind of a stretch.
Yeah, like if we have to strike one, I feel like oratory is like the weakest.
We don't have to strike one. We could submit.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to. You can put it into the next one if nothing in this.
Yeah, I think go with those 5. Yeah.
Mental prowess, quantum mechanics, politics, and infiltration.
Yep.
All right, one of these 4 works. Personally, I'd lean toward.
And as a quick refresher, at the 3rd stage, you're basically there is no target number. You're basically collecting successes, and most answers are on the scale of 1 to 10. The absolutely, completely batshit weird is beyond 10, but most things fall 10 or lower. So if you're starting to break 10 on a single focus, it's probably not that.
Mm-hmm.
But some things can be as easy as it only needs one hit because it could be far simpler than you may think it is. Depending on the if it's the right answer or the out of the box answer, that can also influence how high I rank the answer.
Gotcha. Yep.
And I'll add an extra wrinkle for you. Unfortunately, you have 3 cracks of the can before the scene ends.
Okay. And I'm getting mechanical assists, the representations of these other characters.
Yep.
Okay. Well, because it might matter then. Quick question. One of the talents that I shifted over between scenes was swapping in veteran. Should I roll veteran for the previous determinations?
If you took it, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
If it's something you swapped
So then
in,
I'm going to roll 3 challenge dice.
3 challenge dice.
Misspent a lot of determination at the beginning.
Oh right, yeah.
I have 2 determination right now. Okay. So let's take a look.
It's in a book, a reading rainbow. Sorry.
Take a look. These are interesting. So I can see interesting arguments for all of them.
Personally, I think infiltration is the safest.
I think it's probably the best one to start with.
I think quantum mechanics is the stretch, but also if it is, that's just going to be a screwy answer.
Yeah, so let's start here with our infiltration. Does anybody have the focus in infiltration? Cool.
Military. I have the focus in mental prowess.
But
yeah,
it is not infiltration itself.
Yes. And I do not either, so I do not have a focus here.
Unless just being a Romulan counts.
No. Some Romulans take up pottery, Some of them are
Some
brewers.
Romulans
not all
infiltrate
of them
pottery classes.
No, I mean yes, but no.
Yeah,
If
we're
person in society was an infiltrator, no one would be an infiltrator because, like everyone wouldn't be where they were supposed to be.
True.
Yeah, not everyone from America could be from Florida. Otherwise, in the States, otherwise, There was a joke there, and I lost it, so don't mind me, folks.
Somewhere in Florida.
You lost in Florida. Yeah.
Well,
they can't all be. They can't all be Florida, man.
Yes, that's where I was going with. So yes, the main roller rolls, of course. They can buy dice and all that. Everyone who's assisting, you can assist as long as you have at least 2 in command. The focus, if you don't have whatever the main focus is, if you have that focus, you get a focus bonus. If you don't, you don't. The downside of scientific method.
Yeah.
It's what plus command?
A reason. Well, arguably reason or insight, given what we're doing.
Reason is better than, or insight's better than reason for me. No, reason's Myth's thing, though.
Yeah. Reason.
Well, each assist can choose which one it is. They choose the better of the 2 because it's Myth is reflecting on what you guys have observed in your surroundings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
My insight command is a cool 15, so I'm actually feeling good about this.
Nice.
He's just very insightful about her how the med bay's working. It's like, oh, that's kind of weird.
No, I'm very insightful about human nature. You're the one who makes me have to know everything about the med bay.
Wow, you're only insightful about humans? That's weird.
Oh my god.
You think it'd be Bajorans, but you know.
Trait of analytical GM.
That will buy you a hit.
Right.
You don't have to be insightful about Bajorans because Bajorans are honest with each other.
But are they even honest with themselves? I mean, they need the prophets to help them quite a lot.
Because here, what I'm doing here is very much scientific method, groupthink type deal. Daystrom Fellow.
Yes.
All right, so I've bought 2 hits. Can I buy another hit with Unified Minds?
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was the one that felt most like a stretch to me as well, so understandable. Well, then I'm going to buy up to 4 dice using 1 threat and 2 momentum.
Which one are you targeting again?
We're targeting infiltration right now.
Okay.
So I have 2 hits standing. I'm rolling this. That's 4 hits. That's 6 hits total. Here come assists.
Good golly.
That's 10.
We don't
Hang
like
on.
So that's
infiltrators.
10.
We
Hang
don't
on.
like infiltrators.
We'll know whether or
Insight.
not it's infiltration, I think.
Hang on. Come on.
Because you can roll complications. And that
Yes.
can
Yeah,
feel
that's what
like
Vin's trying to do right now. That's what we are still waiting for.
12.
12.
Oh my god. I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
He got it. Well, he rolled security, but he got it.
Oh.
Security.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it would matter.
You rolled a
even-
3.
Yeah, I rolled a
Yeah.
3.
The instigator is one Isala Shishashrir.
Huh.
Because she finally had an opportunity to create the dream that her mother taught her about. She never really approved of the cloak and dagger methodology or the rather rough upbringing both her and Penn went through, but that reality device, I mean, a better galaxy, a safer galaxy, and all she has to do is get into one room and touch an orb, and all that can be fixed.
Damn it.
And with her upbringing as a Shishashrir, she's actually really good at infiltrating.
Shit. Shit.
What's with your fucking family, Pat?
Yeah.
Hey, they're just trying to save
Damn, man.
everybody.
No.
They're just trying to
From
help.
themselves.
Oof. That is a long. That's the long game.
So, I guess to Wartburg, this just looks like Myth just standing stock still for like a minute.
I don't know, maybe have a conversation with yourself, reflecting the different personalities. That'd be extra weird.
No, I've always done this by just like going into Myth's own head,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
I like how I can say I've always done this. Bad.
So is it that Myth just like compiled every report she could find by all of these people, or did she like actually like create sub-programs to run their personalities? To
You got it.
them?
Yeah.
It's freaking weird.
Look, so okay, so here's how it actually worked. Myth
Mhm.
Detached herself from like senses briefly and went into her mind, and her mind has a partition that holds a colony of other AIs. And so she went to them and was like, "Here, I'm assigning you guys some personalities based off of this data. Let's RP."
Oh man, you got
Wow.
Chio into your brain, dude. I'm sorry about that.
Whoa,
So-
that's
No,
meta.
no, no. I got a preserver AI cosplaying as Chio.
That sounds That sounds bad.
So you've not met like the actual Asa, but a program pretending to act like Asa based off of her medical and officer report. Okay.
It's the layered
Yeah,
ROMs
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
see, I have a lot of fun in these games, but there's a lot of times in which I just have to nod along with what's happening because there's context I'm missing. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the very weird context of this.
There is context. It's just not particularly helpful.
Hey.
Mhm.
Cool.
So Myth will look back down at the pad and quickly call up Lieutenant Schreer's like file if possible, or just write in the information otherwise.
Okay.
And then flip it back around to Wolfgang von Wartburg and say, "Captain, I believe I have your culprit."
Oh, that's not good. Oh, it's gonna be such a headache to deal with her.
That's Captain Penn's sister. Yes.
I know. I'm aware. Oh, damn it.
Indeed, that will be a headache. I don't
Warburg,
envy you your task.
who do I even talk to? Well, we know who it is, but she's too close to everybody. If we just somebody just walks onto the bridge and just grabs her, that's Penn's sister on the bridge being grabbed. He's not going to respond very well to that. How do I get to her? Or does anybody get to her without her knowing?
Talk to Penn.
Uh,
Hey, it's not the first time Wartburg and Penn have talked.
All right. All right. I think I have my plan.
Perhaps you could liaise with Commander Sheathrolic. It says in watch files that she has a psionic presence.
She never did sign on, though.
Uptight Andorian moral standards.
Horford raises his eyebrows as he frequently gets surprised that Myth the android is one of the few androids who has emotions devoid of any chip because of her background. It still catches him off guard sometimes. Like, huh? Oh, right, you're.
She also doesn't talk like it most of the time.
Also, the players just shit talk themselves.
Yeah.
Look,
it's funny.
Well, it's worth trying. Before I do that, I'm gonna try to do this, but just in case this becomes a survive scenario rather than a solve, I would advise you to monitor your various processors that relate to your comprehension of reality as it's happening. Sort of the same way you would do when you're watching for time travel, except the laws of reality. I'm not sure how that's supposed to work, but some
that could be data intensive.
Specific, it would be changes that would have been relevant to the initial person. So anything political or peace related, infiltration related, it's subtle changes rather than big ones.
Understood. I've written a program specifically.
And now just talk to someone who doesn't know that I can talk to them.
I wish you luck.
Good day, counselor.
Good day, Captain.
And Wartburg walks into the shadows, taps a badge underneath his jacket, and a new scene occurs. Probably final scene here, given the time. As we check in on the hero scene, aboard the Achilles. So I have to uncheck all of you. Actually, I'll put the space battle music because you know there's a battle going on out there. So one last round of activity from these fine folk. So Aza had saved a bunch of people with the help of some others. Ryloff was examining a certain room. We'll get to Thralic in a moment. Arlen was able to get the Achilles fully set up to unmoor and deploy. Don't worry about Sister. Then was just on the bridge, really, because he was playing through someone else, but he was busy on the bridge. And Thralic, you feel a presence trying to enter your mind. Someone's trying to talk to you.
Are they just trying to talk to me?
Yes.
Fine.
Greetings, I'm Midnight Captain Wolfgang von Wartburg. You may be familiar with my organization. I apologize for the unusual nature of my communication. However, this is somewhat urgent.
What?
Your officer, Asala Shishashrir, is infiltrating your ship and is collaborating with a time traveler to interact with your reality device. You need to contain her as soon as possible and warn your past selves as soon as you can.
Reality device. Warn them about the agent? Warn them about what? Also, who is this again?
Wolfgang von Wartburg. I am the leader of the Midnight Watch.
Deep Space Arcania.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Trusted you there, I guess.
Fair warning, you might want to be very careful how you detain her. She has been working very hard and thoroughly with her Shishashir training and has managed to evade you this far. I only know through the incredible expertise of someone far smarter than I. So, good luck, and if you wish Midnight Watch participation in your efforts, you will have to not be at Narinder Station, because right now it is a war zone there, and if we pop our heads out, we're gonna die. So we can't really directly help you at the moment.
Well, Wright is here, and part of the plot.
Wright has not deigned to tell him.
Oh, I thought she. Oh.
She hasn't told him he's here.
God damn it, right.
That's great. That's great.
Well, he might say no. Better to just. She learned from the best. Just do it and get apologies. Apologize later.
Okay.
I mean, that's great because that's about what Thralik's gonna do.
That's kind of what Barter did as laws was. Well, yeah. Yeah.
People wonder why
right.
people like. Anyway.
Does she have any abilities I should be aware of?
She's incredibly observant. She
Yeah, I
is
know that
skilled
much.
at sidearms, and she
Anything I
likely
wouldn't know as an XO.
She likely has a hidden weapon on her person that your sensors won't be able to detect, likely Section 31 based on a polycarbonate ceramic alloy.
Right.
Which if you do scan for it, will generally gives off heat to the user, so they're aware they're being scanned. So I wouldn't try to scan her for that particular type of weapon, because she'll know someone's looking for it.
Alright, so I'll just stun her.
Works, yeah.
If she can't be stunned, I have other problems.
And remember, you need to capture her here and now, but also warn your past selves that she is about to interfere with your orb, so they can stop her before she does it.
Well, that's very handy. No, wait. Throlic doesn't know that. Throlic doesn't know that. Okay. All right, I'll figure out the time travel part of it in a second.
Rylop's about to give you the answer in a second because he's going to tell Throlic.
You have the ability. You have a mastery of a certain extrasensory perception. If you feel a need to get further answers, you already know them. Just reach out to the ocean and you'll get them.
Right.
More.
Maybe I will have to join your organization. I have no idea.
And the presence fades from your mind as his attention is detracted, as someone jumps him in an alley.
Oh no.
Oh, well, Haggard's got his back anyway. Haggard's probably in orbit somewhere.
This is ready to beam him up.
Yeah. He's
Right
like,
after he gets stabbed. Right
Yeah.
after he gets stabbed, though.
Yeah.
You know,
Rylop, like, puts his head around the corner being like, Commander.
All right, so you come up to me.
He's poking his head around the corner because he's not walking towards the power lights. Like,
I'll
very
come up
much.
to you then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
That's-
Proceed.
The device has been destroyed by the cadets and Yolan prior. They had beamed a resonation device harmonizer inside preset, and it did its work. However, there is a weird temporal anomaly going on, and through my drone information feed, I got surprising information detailing what could be described as a temporal lock. I was able to send the drone through to pass a warning to the other Achilles because such an event means damage to our ship here will damage our ship then, and damage to our ship then will damage
Wait,
our
there's a
ship
time
now.
link back to the past of the Achilles.
Yes.
Excellent. Do we have communications through?
Do I still have communications with my drone? I'm guessing not.
no.
No. I am no longer communicating with the drone. After it passed through, I lost signal, which is reasonably expected. Though feasibly, I could pass through myself.
I'm going to need you to. I'm going to brief you very quickly. We know who instigated this. Don't ask me how.
I normally prefer to ask questions, but yes, Commander.
And I will
Wildly
relate-
exasperated I have had to keep so much shit right now.
I will relate the bare bones of what I can, mindful of potential like computer observation auditorily, so I'm avoiding any trigger phrases.
Presence plus security difficulty. You said it. Rylop can assist because he might be able to fill in some of the blanks for you real quick. Once he catches on that you're you. Oh no, he's not the main roller, but you are. Never mind. Yes. So that's in the difficulty for if you hit the number, you set the difficulty, and then a certain Shisha has to make a roll to see if she figures out that someone's talking shit about her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm paranoid if that hurts.
Couldn't it help here, actually?
It might, actually, yeah. It could go
Yeah.
either way. I have it as a good
Well,
trait.
Throlic's the main roller, unfortunately. That's what I was just thinking. I was going to say,
Yes.
Romans might have this, actually do have that kind of secret language where they have a way to say something without saying something.
I
A
already
lot
used
more
it.
than other species. It's just that you're not the
We
one
have-
communicating it. Throlic is.
I've used that with
Trait
my
of Calm in the Storm, GM?
I'll take it, given that you're in the middle of a pitched battle.
I'm in the middle of a pitched battle, about to go arrest someone who I had a brief romantic entanglement with.
Oh, right.
At the same time, it does also bounce off of one of Rylov's traits, so it's like, oh, hey, because inscrutable,
Yeah.
so, we both just sound perfectly normal right now.
We both sound aggressively calm, which is very funny.
See, now you're
Um,
suspicious because you both sound like sociopaths.
No,
we just always sound
in
like
your
this.
voice.
Yeah, we always sound like this.
Yeah, we're just like secretly Vulcans in our demeanor sometimes.
How dare you?
Look, how dare either of us,
You bleed
That-
green
that's
like the rest of
player
them.
saying this? You got we're saying we're an Andorian and a Romulan.
The last two people you want to call Vulcan.
Yeah. Trait of relentless, GM.
And Dorian, and Romulan, and Vulcan walk into a bar.
No to relentless. You're trying to communicate this rather quickly, I imagine.
True. Trait of military family.
Yeah.
Right. So that's 2 hits and nope, that'll be a hit for later, actually. Focus in team dynamics here.
Yep. What's your target number, by the way?
Well, I was seeing what I had.
Oh,
first
I
before
follow.
was setting
I
my
follow.
target number. I'm gonna set a target number of 5.
Ooh, okay. That's annoying.
Yeah,
Deliberately.
that's the idea.
I remember I set the target number to 7 and he still beat it.
That was funny.
That was frustrating.
So I currently have 2 hits on this. I am going to.
Bless you.
I'm looking at my milestones right now because I think I
yes.
want a determination here.
I have one, but I can't share it.
Yeah.
I might need it in a second anyway.
Battle of the Iconian Gate. I have the command and tactical tags on.
And also what that involved, yeah. To me, yes.
Yep.
I don't know, GM, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
But that was sincere fuckery right there, wasn't it?
And I will spend towards the value that actually made me suggest this as myth, which is the price of peace is vigilance.
Yep.
Right. So I have 4 hits. I will just roll 2. Six hits. 7 hits.
I assumed insight was fine for him, given it's kind of picking up what she's putting down.
Yeah.
It's the same number anyway. Like, exactly the same number.
Carry on.
All right. So the not in code version is that Harlequin goes like, okay, I need you to go back there and detain Lieutenant Schreier when she attempts to access the device and deal with any potential complications that causes. I'm going to now because apparently time.
Well, as I said with the lock, apparently it goes both ways, so it might be something that needs to be resolved at both ends. Although me being back
Exactly.
there, there's 2 of me, so I can't really go out and say anything. I just have to wait in a room until she shows up.
For better or worse, that's going to be an issue if either of us go.
I'll figure that out when I get there. Good luck, Commander.
Good luck, Lieutenant. If you want to take a hoplite team, do.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
At least it's honest.
I believe the temporal prime directive generally states a minimal impact.
Fair enough.
They are not minimal impact.
Hell yeah. Shut up, Ensign.
The one that knew what they were talking about.
That's not very protocol of you, sir. Keep talking until see how far that gets you. Right, sir. Never mind.
Shut up,
But
Jenkins.
yes, okay. We're good to go then.
Right. In case this timing matters, I should be getting to the bridge in just a few minutes. I don't think it's that precise, but
It's likely irrelevant.
good luck, Lieutenant. All
Okay,
right,
Mother.
Ensign. You and your team are posted at this door till I relieve you personally.
Aye, sir.
God damn it, Jenkins.
All right. Team 2, get that device reintegrated. We don't need it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Team 3, you're free to return to your post. I'm heading up to the bridge.
Okay.
This is part of the elaborate theater of making it seem like nothing.
Oh. You guys have a bridge, right? You do.
We do. Wait, what ship doesn't have a bridge?
Yeah,
A wreckage.
Fair.
yeah. We're not quite there
Some
yet.
would say that that's not a ship anymore.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Oh, I didn't realize
yep, that's an
Commander
opportunity.
Theseus had joined the
I
chat.
was thinking that.
Cham is not
Yes.
present. Cham is fighting for his fucking life with not Shashir. What's the other one called? Sasir.
Syria.
Sasir, not Shashir.
Would
Who
Arlen
is
be in engineering, or would he be up on the bridge at the engineering station?
Well, he had to go and like do all that shit to turn
Yeah,
on.
He could have been directing it
probably-
from up here, though.
I'm
No,
in
we
the trenches.
Yeah, we
In the trenches?
specifically made a thing that had to be done in the computer core. Remember?
Oh, that's right. That's why you have the advantage.
Yep.
You're 100% right.
So I'm probably like neck deep in the computer core, surrounded by Icelandic chips.
Oh god. All right. And Aza, we know where you are. You're in the med bay at the moment.
Oh no.
I will note that all of you would be made abreast of what's happening outside the ship because Bridge is informing. Because you're on red alert. It's like, this is what's going on. Oh, I know.
That's
who's
right.
here.
The captain's here. Yeah.
Captain's here, yeah. That's actually my biggest concern right now is that the captain's here, about to shoot the con officer.
Whoops. No.
Just shoot her and say she deserved it, and that'll.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
See, that would
you
work well
failed
with
your
10.
performance review.
You've been relieved of duty.
You're
Like that is not standard protocol to stun them.
Yeah, to stun them without saying anything.
What the?
After I've come back, temporarily reassigned on a Section 31, Article 14, Section 31 waiver, has reassigned me to the ship. I come in and I shoot someone. This is gonna look terrible.
It's
I
like,
know this. I'm doing it anyway.
It's like, we didn't give you the waiver so you could just shoot people for crying out loud.
If we're really worried about Shishashir figuring out what's going on, what we should do, right? You should coordinate with the someone to beam and come onto the bridge, then pretend something's gone wrong and tell her she's got to do an emergency beam to help fix a problem, and then just have the guy in the transporter bay beam her into space, right? Totally solve it.
No.
Or I guess into the brig if you're of a Starfleet persuasion.
No, so here's the thing. I don't want to tell anyone else about what's until it's already happened.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is relevant.
So, Thralic, you step onto the bridge. Captain Rahara is talking with various stations. Who's doing this? What are they doing? What's their status? Arlen, are we ready to go? We're ready to go. Asa, is the Admiral alive? Yes, okay. Like, she's trying to stay as connected with everyone as possible. Ben, any other surprise? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Asa. Say again.
If he asks, is the Admiral alive, she'd shout, I don't know, I'm trying.
Well, try your best, counselor.
Amused by the idea that she might never have gotten a reply from Retlov.
Yeah, it's still tied
Yeah.
still tied into the station
So-
sensors. Should be bringing it out soon.
Please
Steps
tell me
onto
there's
the
no other
bridge.
cloaked ships just appearing again. I'd rather not have more surprises the minute we unmoor.
Captain,
Commander, your post.
of course. Just one thing I have to take care of, and pulls out phaser and Lieutenant.
Damn.
What? Damn.
0 to 2,000.
Yeah. No,
Uh,
comes on, makes her presence known, so that if anybody looks over and sees her, they goes, okay, yes, that's the commander. Then does it. It's not just opens the door, shoots, because that gets you eyes.
This is how you declare
I've done it
yourself.
after.
Rahara is going to spend one threat to act before you do.
Oh, is he going to do a Mr. President get down?
No hesitation.
He's probably going to shoot
No
Throwing.
hesitation.
I think doesn't.
No hesitation.
I don't know if you can no hesitation in the middle of another action, can you?
That's the
Actually,
point of
Well,
it.
you're about to start the combat. Although it's going to be
Yeah.
one-sided combat because Sister Spirit doesn't know they're in danger.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
If I used a determination to also spend that, if I used a determination by that talent,
You would take priority because you moved first.
okay. Yeah, so, got a milestone for Spatium Incognitum, which I have the hoplite tag on.
Yeah. Damn it. I'm getting that threat back, aren't I?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I'll
I'm
take it back
temporarily buying the talent, no hesitation.
Ever since I said that was a thing you could do, and everyone was like, "Oh, right."
now.
Yeah, it's great.
And the funny thing is, it's not even like a new mechanic; it's core mechanic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
just
everyone forgot it existed for a minute until
Yeah.
I rediscovered it, and I was like, "Oh shit, right."
So yeah, I'm getting no hesitation, buying that, and then continuing.
Control plus security, difficulty of 2. You're firing at a medium range.
That's spicy. That is.
I will let you know, just behind the curtain for a moment, it is very likely the person will try to dive behind cover, so the higher the check, the more hits you do, the better.
Right, makes sense. Would Shreer get any sort of malice for not having any idea that I'm about, because I am speaking completely coolly and everything, and shooting her from behind?
I'll charge myself more for it. Normally it's only the 1, but I'll charge her 2 to do it. So she'll have to use 2 threat to dive because she has to wait that extra half second to hear a phaser being fired.
Yeah. All right then. Trait Hoplite Commander.
Yeah.
Trait Calm in the Storm.
Yeah, it's about to be a storm here in a second.
Yeah. Trait Relentless.
I'll say no here.
Wasn't expecting that. Let's see. Do I cross up another mile?
Do it, do it.
No, I don't think I do. Rather, I don't right now. Okay, so I have 2 hits. question. Because of who Sala has been revealed to be here, can I use the trait Andorian? It is my responsibility, for the sake of my honor, that I do this because she has disgraced our people.
You could, yep.
Cool. Cool. I have 3 hits. I will buy up to 4 dice, 1 threat, 2 momentum, using a focus in strategy and tactics here because I'm maneuvering the shit out of this. All right. Rolling 4. All right. I have 7 hits. Good luck.
No. I can't make that roll. Not even gonna try. Roll damage.
Yep.
My threat pool's too low. She can't get away with it.
Shoot, I forgot to charge. I always forget phasers. Shoot.
Minor action.
No, you have to do it before you attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I spend 2 momentum for the advantage that the player remembered to charge?
No.
Damn. All right.
How much momentum to account for player ADHD?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's a PayPal account on no. But no,
Do
I
we
wouldn't
need
let
you to
fly.
go back
Okay,
in
so
time to tell your previous
that's-
self to make sure you charge the phaser?
Nah.
If you go to my Patreon
And-
account and at certain levels, I'll use my time machine to no.
Mhm. I'll spend 1 momentum to re-roll the. So right now that's only 4.
Yeah, that wouldn't be enough to drop her.
So there we go.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
8.
6, 7, 8. Avoid injury.
Cool. I'll swift task.
No.
Double tap. Double tap.
Remember to charge this time.
Yeah. I didn't use my minor before, so I'm gonna.
What are you charging for?
Probably best to go for intense if you're just trying to
Well, I
immobilize.
can't avoid
I'm
injury
trying to
again.
counter. So then I probably want to charge for vicious, right?
Maybe
Charge for
not.
area hit Rahara.
No.
I mean, you could just aim instead to re-roll on the thing.
Yeah.
Because, like,
Ooh, yeah, aim actually
Sure.
sounds a lot better. Thank you.
As I recall, Sure is not particularly tonky.
Yeah, and I don't want to accidentally kill her.
I think you might already if you just damage her again. Yeah. She has 9.
I dealt 8. Cool.
You actually cannot injure her twice and not have her be lethal. So.
Damn. Well, guess I'm about to kill one of my own crew.
I mean, Ace is around.
We don't even do this stuff on Saturdays.
What do you mean you don't?
We
What do
give
you
people
mean?
warning by shouting our names. You just like coldly, just like
No,
execution back
some
to the
of you
head.
do.
Coldly, Endorian.
Hey.
Some of you give warning.
Yeah.
I have seen certain Klingon members just be like, I'm killing this guy.
The only time we don't is when we forget and then we're mad at ourselves.
Look,
Yeah. Whereas I'm doing all of this
Guys.
intentionally.
guys, the Exo's job is to enforce discipline. Is anyone thinking about breaking the rules right now?
No one on the
Yes.
bridge. Shoot, I didn't want to have to swift here, and I don't want to kill Shishri.
Too late.
Too late.
It'll
I
be a
see you
lethal
went up
injury.
for
It won't be an
bloodlust.
instant kill.
True. I mean, all traits still, GM? 3 hits?
Yeah.
I'll buy 1 die with momentum here, and Rolling again. So that's only 4 hits.
I can't dodge.
Okay.
Don't forget you have a reroll with aim.
Do have a
You do.
reroll with aim.
You can reroll 1 die with aim since it's a type 2 phaser.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So generate 3 momentum then. Or no, generate 2 momentum because it was a swift task. And then fire.
Maybe
She's-
reroll. You could spend one and reroll those 2 2s.
She has 1 stress.
Right, but you should try not to make it 5 hits.
Yeah, because if you just zero her, she goes to, it's a non-lethal injury, but if you do 5 damage as well as zero her, you run the risk of it being a double injury and making it lethal.
I'm gonna do under 5 stress. Let's go.
But also, the only way to ensure that this stops is that she dies, because you're probably about to get arrested, and no one's gonna believe what you say, right? They're gonna heal Shreer, and she's gonna go on to do her thing, and you're
Oh
gonna
no,
be
no!
locked up in the
I'm
brig.
going to spend a determination for a 3rd action to try and not get carted off.
I don't know how that's
That
possible.
seems unlikely.
You're committing.
No, it's possible.
to
Don't
murder.
doubt.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Don't
high
doubt.
difficulty.
Do not doubt. All ye doubters be gone.
Yeah, but see, you don't even have to worry about failure if she's dead.
Mhm.
I hate this.
Yes, but I do have to worry about a lot of other things.
You're gonna get
Because
red
I'm
dinged
not a
no matter
Klingon.
what, I think.
Oh
Look, you'll
yeah,
get to
I'm
know
not talking
Ace
about
a lot
resting.
better, and that's a positive in my book.
Yeah, so GM, I'm gonna spend 1 momentum to re-roll those 2 2s.
Certainly.
Try and have less damage on the table.
2, 3,
That is
4.
technically less damage on the table.
Unfortunately, it's still 5.
Unfortunately,
5 on the
still
button.
5.
She gets shot first in the back, and she kind of slumps against the console briefly. She turns to look at you, and as you fire the second time, you can see she's rising out of her chair as you're firing, and in her eyes, you can set in from her antennae, you can tell that it's that sort of look you give of, I'm glad it was you that did this rather than somebody else. And then to catch her square in the chest, she flops back onto the console and rolls to the floor. So you wanted to determination go, right?
Yep.
You might want to do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Because Rahara's not going to have this for very long.
Oh yeah, I know.
Did you just shoot my pilot? You just shot my pilot. What the hell did you?
No, I shot my pilot, Captain, and that's a lot harder than shooting your pilot.
I disagree.
I feel like during this conversation, there has to be like an alarm going off of like incoming torpedo. Incoming torpedo.
Okay, so in your eyes, in your thoughts, I have this tagged for command, diplomacy, and diffuse the tension.
Yep.
I'm attempting to diffuse the tension, you see.
Yep, because Rahara's about to ask Tactical to shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's about to call intrude alert and disable the commander. Because you know that's the protocol. That's what you're supposed to do when someone just randomly shoots one of your officers.
So I will start off with GM, 1 threat to you. I will start off with exact location of section issue weapon on her person.
Sorry, say it again. You broke up.
I'm giving you 1 threat to know the exact location of the Section 31 weapon that she has on her person.
Oh, for ESP, yeah.
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 So I'm
yeah,
starting off by saying she has a weapon here. It will look like this.
You're at diff 4 so far. Presence command.
Mm-hmm.
And that's with the diffuse. Oh wait, diffuse attention just gives you an extra die, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't have the talent. I had that as one of the trait things on my milestone. Trait calm in the storm. Instantly pivoting from shooting at someone to explaining why I shot.
That doesn't help you with Rahara.
Damn.
If anything, that makes her more worried, not less. Because you come off like an Andorian assassin.
Andorian. Not the assassin part. Trait Andorian.
Andorian will get you by because she does understand that Andorian. That it's just how Andorians are. So yeah. So diff 3. Like this could be a personal vendetta.
Yeah. It shouldn't be during a red alert, but
Yeah.
I mean,
you know,
even if it
this
is
kind of behavior is a
personal
little bit more
vendetta,
understandable from
I mean, it's
from your
assault no
Klingon
matter
or
what the reason is.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
But at least with a vendetta, she might be like, "You're surrendering, right? Yep, good."
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
I did my vendetta. Good. You're done. You're done for the day. You're getting your pips. You're going back home. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
You're not shooting me? No, because you're going to surrender. That's what you're going to do. Because that's the honorable thing to do.
Yep. On the other side of this, like, calm in the storm is being able to keep going. Relentless here to have the will to keep going because of who she's just shot.
Yeah, too. Definitely. You're right.
Yeah, I think I have 2 hits here. All right, so presence. It was presence command, right?
Yep.
Don't suppose we have an Admiralty focus right now.
No.
Cool. Didn't think so. Just thought I'd check. Aiden didn't give us one?
He should have.
Damn.
He did not.
Considering the circumstances, it would probably be the exact opposite of this.
Uh-huh. Oh, probably.
It'd probably be like fleet combat or ship tactics or something like that.
Focus in strategy and tactics.
Yep. Especially giving Rahara. Because at least Starfleet security people are a little more understanding when you have to take force into your hands. They have to do that quite often. Unfortunately. It's like, well, someone has to be good at shooting the phasers. Yeah, does it have to be us, though? I guess it can't be anybody else.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to buy a full mitt of dice here. Spend 4 threat and 2 momentum.
Okay.
Total. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Captain Rahara gets to her feet, hears you out. A couple of security people, just out of training, step away from their chairs and clear their phasers. They don't point them because they haven't been given an order, but they're ready to shoot when given the order. But they're having this weird moment of, oh, what is going on?
I think immediately after firing, Charlotte will have handed her phaser off without looking to the person at internal systems. Just it's the closest person.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm surrendering basically, but I'm saying like I'm not shooting anybody else.
Yeah, you're openly disarming yourself.
Yeah.
Ensign
This-
Ven, scan the
yes.
lieutenant, please.
Yes. Ven's gonna go over and scan.
Reason plus science, difficulty of 1, because it's been pointed out to where it is.
Okay.
Look for the heat
spending-
signature, Ensign.
Yep, spending a momentum for a third die.
Biffs it with complication. Nope, there's not one here. You lied. No, damn it. Look again, Ensign. Come back.
You lied, and you know what the penalty is for lying.
You now have to sit through a rendition of Macbeth by Jean-Luc Picard. He's terrible. He has such a weird accent. I don't know why he keeps putting it on.
He's French.
Most British
He's the
French
worst
accent.
British accent I've ever heard.
What
Yeah, seriously, who sounds like that in the 24th century?
So, Van, you find it looks like an Ushtantor, rather, but it seems to be made of that weird material, and it's hidden in the middle, in the small of her back.
Okay. I get a free question. What's its functionality?
Internally, there is a poison laced into the middle, so it's balanced in such a way that you could throw it. So if you hit somebody with it or you throw it at somebody, it basically forces them to be knocked out instantly, as if they were hyposprayed.
Okay. I have and I have a bonus momentum that I have to spend. How potent poison are we talking?
Enough to send someone in most species into a coma. So they would be. It would require an extended medical task to bring someone out of it, because they would appear dead, but upon examination, they would be realized to be alive. Some species might die due to the concoction because it's kind of a general purpose. It wasn't meant for any particular species. It was meant for most species.
General purpose neurotoxin.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, that's he gingerly picks it up and sets it down on the deck. I would be very careful with that. If that thing cuts you, you're gonna be out like a light, and you might not wake up. I should probably. Oh, this looks like a pretty nasty gash. Permission to. She doesn't look to be in a particularly good way.
Don't wake her up, Ensign.
And he looks to the captain.
Get a med kit stabilizer, but put on neural calipers.
Okay. He goes and because you can get a med kit on the bridge, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It costs 1 momentum.
Yeah,
That's opportunity.
That's fine.
You reach under a desk and dig one out.
Okay. First.
And you actually have to spend another momentum for the neural caliper because it's a separate item.
Yeah, it's fine.
Daring medicine difficulty of 2.
Okay. 3 momentum. And I got 1 back. Okay, that should do it.
Captain Rahar to med bay.
Hi, yes, medbay here.
I require medical staff to go to brig number 2. We're going to be transporting a prisoner that has just suffered severe phaser wounds. They had from a high stun setting. They have been given medical treatment, first aid treatment to stabilize, but they are to be treated to ensure no long-lasting injuries. The neural cappers that have been placed on the prisoner are to be left on due to a ongoing security concern.
Lisa's gonna like roll this around in her brain and like she's nosy. She wants to ask, but she knows better than to ask. So she'll just say, "Understood. I'm sending someone there right now."
Thank you, counselor. Bridge out. Taps her badge. She's staring at Thrall the whole time. It's like she hasn't broken eye contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
Her tail,
Frolic staring back.
her tail wags back and forth in a slow, ponderous motion.
Ven's eyes are not glued on the commander, but at the blade on the floor.
Thank you, Captain.
Commander Thralic, until further notice, you are to surrender yourself to the brig until an investigation has been fully done. I just watched a Starfleet officer fire at another one on my bridge during a red alert. I trust your intelligence, but I am an officer of Starfleet security. I have to respect regulation and law.
I understand that, Captain.
Ensign Mosley, Ensign Bryans, escort the commander to the brig. Ensign Ven, get away from that knife. You'll hurt yourself.
Yeah. Yes, Captain.
To your stations, and somebody get on this console and get us out of here, out of this mess. Before someone else decides to shoot us or stab us or any other nonsense. Eventually, some officers.
No.
Does that make me acting XO?
She's gonna have that conversation in a bit. She's like, "What am I gonna do? I just arrested."
Not it.
I mean, technically that would be Ryla, but Ryla's also not present anymore. In fact, he's...
Yeah, she's going to have that conversation with Frolic if she bothers to come down to the brig.
Tragic who the backup is. It's an Edson.
Yeah.
Does the two security people who walk up to Thrall just kind of they walk up to you in the customary like the regulation distance, and then they just make a gesture to the door. Like normally they would grab you and like cuff you or hold you, but it's one of those please like gesture like please don't resist.
Quick question: are these my people?
These are Achilles crew, but they're not hoplites.
Right. I'll nod to them and step into the truck.
Eventually, someone takes Cheshire away.
She's a fighter pilot too, or a shuttle pilot, a big ship pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
a big ship is just a shuttle that put on some weight.
Oh no. And the terminal is set up for Shushushrir, and the difficulties go up.
Everything's increased.
No, Shushushrir is probably like not having a great time
it's just
right now looking at this
complication that went
console.
up.
Ensign Ven, she says in a low voice.
Yes, Captain.
Has anything ever like that happened on this ship while you were here?
Like that in what regard?
An officer shooting another officer without warning.
I'm trying to recall, has anything like that happened?
I think that's a first.
Ven was wrestled to the ground once. But he was being like mind controlled and stuff or something like that.
Oh yeah, that happened.
Veil, I think it was. The Veil Madness.
Well,
was he even aware of that?
He would have been told after the fact. He was kind of along for the ride at the time.
Like for active mental possession, yes.
Yeah.
Well, there was an instance of active mental possession that occurred a few months ago, but nothing like that.
Very well. Continue your scans. This is Satrira. Why haven't we left mooring yet?
I figured out her controls.
And she finds that they are locked.
Like, Shisha was trying to keep the ship out of the fight.
It's like, oh, these are not just locked. Altered. These are locked.
As if Shishashira locked them to her codes, to a special set of codes she had.
Fuck.
Oh no.
And that is the end of part 2.